Good morning, good morning, good morning. Wonderful, wonderful Monday morning. City of Lamar City Council Special Agenda of August 11th, 2025. A notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamar, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August 11th, 2025, beginning at 10 a.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamar City Council will intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Nance, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A.
Present.
Councilmember District B will be with us this afternoon. Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present, thank you. We will now have our invocation and our pledge. I will lead us in the invocation, and Mr. Avery, would you lead us in the pledge this morning? Thank you. Stand if you're able. Let's pray. Most holy God, we certainly acknowledge your presence in this place. We acknowledge your presence in our lives. God, we thank you for that presence. Lord, we adore you, we magnify you, and we glorify you today because you have given us the strength and the capability to reason, to decide, to represent all of those in this wonderful community. Help us, God, to do what is best and in the best interest of every one of those citizens. And God, so that all of our lives can be better, so that your name might be glorified under heaven. We ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Avery. Let the record reflect that love and light and our prayers go out. I believe is Ms. Yancey, is it school today?
For some people have already started.
Some people have already started
Tech City starts on the 13th.
on the 13th. Love and light to our babies as they prepare, to those parents as they are ready, their children, our children, for another school year. Citizens participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor and the presiding officer your full legal name and item you wish to speak about. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you are participating via the Zoom platform on a smartphone, tablet, or computer, there is a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. Now, if you are with us in person, there is a microphone and a seat at the center aisle. When your name is called, you may approach. You will be heard. For those of you that are here in person, there is a timer to my left and to your right that is set at 3 minutes. We pray that you govern yourselves accordingly. And as always, we live in America, the land of free speech. But as always, we are requesting as a council that we do that in a professional and respectful manner. You toward us and us toward you. Thank you kindly. Avery, are there any persons online wishing to speak? Very good. We have two here with us today wishing to speak. The first of which is Mr. James Ross, the Honorable James Ross, former council member District D. Welcome, James. Good to see you again.
Mayor and council, thank you. James Ross, 414 Avenue D. I'm here speaking on behalf of the VFW Post 8248, Richard A. Kirsten Mainland Post, about the Veterans Breakfast that we've done for the last 2 years. There's never really been a line item or anything for that. The city's only spent like $300, $350, but we would like to continue to do it. And we would like It's basically for food. The first year I just made a donation to the VFW. Last year, deputy city manager and I went shopping at Gordon's, loaded the food up and we took it. And the next day we all just cooked it. And we would like to see if we can get something in the budget, or if somebody could just donate the $300 to the post so that we can go shopping the day before. And we're going to do it every year. We've decided the second Saturday of the month, depending on when the first falls. If Veterans Day is on a Wednesday, it'll be the Saturday after. If it's like this year where the first is on a Saturday, it's actually the Saturday before, because Veterans Day is on a Tuesday. There will be some years where it will fall exactly on that Saturday. So, but we would like to continue doing that with the city.
Sure. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Stick around for budget. I'm sure we'll get around to that one, James. Definitely. Thank you, sir. Mr. David Pennington, look at you, David. Looking as handsome as ever. Welcome.
David Pennington, 924 Cypress. Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
I'm here today as chairman of the
Hold on
bill.
just a minute, David. Let her reset you.
I'm talking out of turn.
No, she's trying to reset your time. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I'm here today as chairman of the Building Standards Commission. I want to talk to y'all about the money that's going to be allocated for the next fiscal year. Mayor, you and I had this conversation several months ago, and you told me to be sure and remind you when budget came up.
Yes, sir.
Well, here I am. It's my understanding that the apartments on Main, the Building Standards Commission has voted to demo those. It's my understanding they're currently in litigation. The cost to demo those, the estimate we got was about $65,000. Now estimate is about 3 years old. So I'm sure that the prices have increased since then. For them to move forward or whatever, they're going to have, the appeal process is to bring it before council. So if council should decide to go ahead and go with the demo, it's probably going to wipe out their budget for one project. We have two other structures on the demo list. One, a couple came to us and says, we want to go ahead and demo it. This was last year. They are both now deceased. The family has decided that they want to fix up the property, but there's the question of ownership. So that one may be coming back to us. The last one, and probably the one with the highest priority, there is a property here in this town. The owner is deceased. As far as we know, there are no living heirs. This one is a health and safety issue. By the reports that we have received, and I'm telling you, I don't know that these have been verified, but the reports that we received is that this individual lived in that property for an extended period of time with no utilities, to include no running water. The reports that we have obtained say that there are open containers of urine and feces scattered throughout the structure. This is a health issue. And if we have to go in and have a hazmat team clear that property before we can demo it, that's going to cost considerably more than a normal demo. So we're going to need a little bit more money. Sure. I would recommend that maybe if we could roll over what we have for this year into next year's budget, that would help us considerably and probably even have a little bit of excess. We try not to demo properties unless it's absolutely necessary. I'm going to run out of time here. If y'all have any more questions or would like for me to elaborate on this a little bit more, please call me up when you get to the agenda item. Thank you.
Watch this. Don't move. Point of information, council, without objection. Talk to me a little bit about, so that we can get some information about this last property. We'll give you another minute. This last property that you're saying may need hazmat considerations. Another minute, Ms. Nance, please.
Like I've said before, these reports have not been verified to my knowledge. So we would have to be able to enter that property in order to verify this. Like I said, it's gonna cost a lot more if we do have to get a hazmat team in there. If we find out that's not the case, fine, it'll just be a normal demo. We haven't demoed properties in probably a couple of years now because the Building Standards Commission, we have tried to work with people. We have required them to come in on a monthly basis. We find that holding their feet to the fire, they're a little more responsive. And we're getting a lot better results out of it. So we haven't demoed any properties in the last couple of years. So we're trying to do what we can. My theory is if there's a property with a building on it, that brings in more tax revenue than a vacant lot. And I think that position is shared by most of the members. I can't speak for all of them, but most of the members on the Building Standards Commission, I think they would agree with that.
Mayor, may I ask him a quick question?
Point of information, Ms. Holly.
Mr. Bennington, is it a process in this city that we would require the owner to do their own demolition? Have we ever ordered that?
We try to do that. We give them the opportunity to do it on their own. If they don't, then the city goes ahead and does the demo and puts a lien on the property.
Okay,
But we definitely encourage and give them the opportunity to do that first.
okay.
Thanks, sir. Ms. Stolzman, did you want to speak in citizens? We're getting ready to wrap it up and you don't have to. I saw that you came in. Did you need to speak in citizens request for hearing? If the Lord willing and the creek don't rise, do you have any anticipation that the creek's gonna rise? Well, I guess we gotta wait. I'm just teasing. We are, yes, sir. I'm teasing you. Yeah, as always, I'm teasing you. Thank you, those of you that have participated in this portion. We move now to our schedule for Monday, the 11th. We're excited as always to see Gene Smith's face and
Without the wife today.
and half of Alex Getty's face. We have the EDC with us this morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Mr. Smith, we'd love for you to be at the table as well. Mr. Getty, we do realize that you are having some challenges this morning. We respect that, and we will accommodate you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
While she's passing that out, thank you, Mayor and Council, and Ms. Holly. It's good to see you this morning. I did print out a couple of copies of what you have in your book, which thank you to Monica and Finance Department. It looks so much cleaner than years past. I mean, the numbers almost tie perfectly to what you're being passed out now. The reason I'm passing that out, even though the numbers almost tie, the numbers actually tie. They may not be bound in the same grouping exactly, but they're very, very close. But the reason why I'm passing that out, because you'll see in the green column there, you'll see some of the uses for those funds, which you do not see in the book. So I think that helps. But just to give you a little bit of background, this year, like every other year, this year in April, the corporation appointed a budget committee. That committee met in early May, and then this budget that you see before you on that spreadsheet was approved on May 20th of this year. It is a balanced budget as typical. We're anticipating revenues of 1.7 million, which is a conservative number. We always budget conservatively. That's about 85% of what we anticipate. As you know, and you watch monthly, you've seen the volatility of sales tax this year in particular. And so we think it's even more important to be conservative with the I-45 construction and things that are creating some volatility now that we may not have seen in years prior, even though we've had the construction going on since 2018, 2019. Just a couple of things to point out, and then I'll obviously try to answer any questions for you. Mr. Osteen served on that budget review committee as well as Secretary Lane. And then, as I mentioned, it all went to the board. We also show interest earnings of about 300,000, bringing in fund balance of about $500,000. And that purpose of that is in case the agreement that we just executed with some developers, in case that part of that grant funding is necessary. We don't know if it will be. It's likely that it will not be, but just in case, we wanted to have that in there. So a total regular EDC budget of 2.5 million. A lot of standard items in here. You'll notice that professional fees is up a little bit more. That's 1940. There's a couple of reasons for that. You see a detailed list of typical expenditures there. One that's not on there is Resimplify, and that's 4250. We did just renew with them. They are doing the website property management for us. They're doing a really good job. If you recall, we did switch from a different company that we were not satisfied with. So we're going to enter year 2 with Resimplify. Also, as council knows, we're working on a couple of different real estate deals. If one or both of those happen to come to fruition, we would be spending some money with some engineers to do some land development planning, curb cuts, et cetera, on some of that. So that's the anticipated additional expenditures in that line item. I'd also like to point out that the EDC is still continued with some of the city-supported positions. We've got $70,000 in this budget to support the accounting department, $10,000 for clerical, $20,000 for development services, $10,000 for IT, and $10,000 for facility maintenance, for a total of $120,000 in EDC supported of city positions. So you'll see in 19,600, which is the grant line item, you'll see that fund balance that I mentioned earlier. You'll see where that comes out on the expenditure side. We've got a grant line item of this year up to $750,000 because of that $500,000 anticipated potential infusion. So yes, ma'am. On page 1, we bringing in $500,000 in fund balance. The revenue side, and on the expenditure side, on 19,600 under grants, you'll see that our budget for grants is 750,000, because if that development gets far enough along, you're looking at a $500,000 payment being due for that agreement that just was executed.
Oh, okay.
It was executed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The one we did. Okay.
So like I said, there's a chance that won't be far enough along, but just in case, we'd rather have it in the budget than not. Those are really the main changes. Everything else is pretty standard year over year on the EDC regular budget. And then on the revitalization budget, again, pretty standard. One thing I think that may be important to mention, as you see on the green there, we do carry a healthy fund balance in the EDC as well as revitalization. So be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Getty?
Yes, ma'am. That'll be your last 2 pages. It's a single page, sorry.
Alex, while Ms. Yancey's looking at that, tell us how the Economic Development Corporation generates revenue for our revitalization budget. Where does the revenue come from?
Sure, great question. So a number of years ago, we created another bucket that is basically, if we were in the private sector, would be profits. So this is surplus in government. So this is when, let's say we buy a property for $1 and we sell it for $2. We reimburse the original cost basis of $1, and then the other $1 goes into revitalization.
Microphone, Mr. Osteen. There you go. Thank you, sir.
We make, I don't know how it's going to be in the next rest of this year on interest, but we do make substantial money on interest when the rate's high like it's been. It helps contribute to that, that fund, how we make money. You agree with that, Alex?
Yes, sir. In the early days, we the board wanted to put all the collection of interest into the revitalization. Now that we have a healthy fund balance, The only monies going into there as of recently are the interest from the text pool account or the logic account that holds the revitalization funds and any rent monies.
Any questions for economic development? Mr. Getty?
So the monies that you all don't use from the previous year rolls over to the next budget?
No, ma'am. Oh, general money?
General money.
Yes, we do have a roll. Yes, and that'll be included in every audit that you'll see. You'll see what we actually spent and then what rolled over.
So your overall budget is 2.5 million?
Yes, ma'am.
I know what I would like to see is for us to work with, I guess, People Mark Beautiful can work with EDC to try to do something on Main Street to beautify the areas and on the easements that we own. And also on 1765 on our side of the road. I would like to see EDC, if it's just signage, because most of our large signage is in, on the 45, but we don't have anything really on Highway 3. I do. Is there one sign on Highway 3?
There was. I don't
There
believe
was,
that there
yeah.
is
It's
now.
not anymore.
It might have
Yeah.
blown away, Valley Storm. I'm not sure.
I think with the acquisition of part of Highway 3 for the
Okay.
expansion project, I think that's where it went away.
Oh, that's where we're, so it'd
I-
be nice because we have a lot of newcomers who cannot tell the difference between Tech City and Lamarck.
Hmm.
And I have to tell them, you're in Lamarck now.
100%.
So even if we have something on 1765 on our side that they saying, welcome to Lamarck, something, especially with the new school coming and they're trying to beautify in that landscape, and it'd be nice if we can match some of those efforts along that road.
Yeah, that would more than likely come out of revitalization. And we have worked with them. We have a MOU with them for the four corners of, and so the EDC was able to allocate some funding for them to maintain the four that you see at Laurel and First, maintain those.
Alex, along those lines, because you and I talked briefly about some revitalization beautification projects. So the process is to take the thoughts and ideas to KL&B before they come to you guys to see if there's a possible MOU that we can enter into. How does that process normally work?
So we've only done it the one time, and it was basically a number of conversations to try to
Mhm.
get to a point that would make sense. Then
Mhm.
ultimately, we drafted an MOU and both bodies, if
Okay.
you will, approved it, and then we executed.
Okay, and that was just to beautify First Street.
Laurel, the corner of Laurel and
Okay.
First, yes,
All
ma'am.
right, thank you.
I happened to be at Simps and they asked me Sunday after church. And they asked me again about putting a drive-through right through there. And so I've been telling them, you gotta go apply for a grant to get that. Can you help them with that? They're trying to, that's your district, Tanya.
I know.
I just happen to eat there.
That would be up to the board. We did help them with the sign. They were actually the first recipient of the sign grant, the new program.
Okay,
They would need to look at their setbacks
Right.
of their property to see if they have the room. I know that they've got some challenges there when you
Right,
look at what
right.
they own and all of that. So that would probably be the first step, is to make sure they have room to do what they do to
Yeah,
meet the
'cause when
city's
it
codes and
floods, it
ordinances.
floods. I'm like, no cars can get back there with the water, which it's bad over there.
Yeah, we can look at that on together sometime if you would like.
No, you take care of it. They talk to you, girl, you handle it. You
Somebody
got
reach
it.
out, I'll talk to you.
Somebody talk to somebody, please. Talk to somebody. Alex,
Yes, sir.
a couple things. So we are having discussions with every department about their professional fees so that we can educate ourselves and educate our community as to what sorts of things happen in that line item. You list retail strategies, and then you list miscellaneous professional fees, engineering, returning fees, strategic plan, phase 2 estimate. What other sorts of projects happen out of professional fees? And are there any companies of note that we should be aware that work with you through this particular line item? If you could share that with us.
I mean, I try to do a pretty comprehensive list generically here about what types of expenditures are typical. Something could pop up throughout the year. It could be, again, legal. It could be land planning, which takes several different phases, whether it's civil engineering or land planning, looking at how things might fit or sit on a piece of property. But no, I think here we've got a pretty good list of a lot of those that we use on a
Yeah.
typical year.
Just, yeah, and we see it, but they, community members don't see it. So,
Yes, sir.
again, engineering, what would you be using the engineering line item for?
So, yes, sir. So if we were to acquire some property, which we're working on doing, we have a couple of things we're working on. One of those in which would need curb cuts, there would need to be utilities run, and then we would need some basic site planning about, how would you want to set it up to maximize the space, detention requirements, all those things that come into taking a raw piece of ground and getting some.
Preparing the land for development.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Attorney's fees would be, I assume, to look at contracts, to write contracts, to protect the interests of the Economic Development Corporation and ultimately the city of Lamar.
Correct.
Strategic planning, would that be collaborate, things like that?
Yes, sir. We anticipated just in case that there was ultimately another phase that needed to happen to get into some depths that may not be covered on this initial one. That has been brought up to the board, and obviously it's reflected here specifically in case that those dollars are needed. It has been thought about.
Okay. The Economic Development Corporation supports certain positions within the city of Lamar. The accounting services, clerical services, developmental services, information technology, and facility maintenance.
Yes, sir.
Because in your organization, or in your part of our organization, if you will, it's you who is the executive director. I believe you have a public relations specialist and a receptionist.
Yes, sir.
And so there aren't any persons there to help keep accounting. And so the city does that for the Economic Development Corporation. There is not a lot of arms and legs to do a lot of clerical work. So the city supports the Economic Development Corporation in that way. Developmental services is also contributing to the overall economic development of these properties. Information technology is helping, obviously, with the technical aspects of what you do: computers, laptops, printers, things of that nature. And obviously, facility maintenance is facility maintenance. But the Economic Development Corporation shares in this support because these are services that the city provides because you just don't have the staff to do so, correct?
Yes, sir. We use those. Clerical, obviously, the clerk comes to our meetings and does the minutes and those sorts of things. But yeah, if we have a problem with facility maintenance, we're going to give them a shot to try to take care of that first. If not, we can go a different route too. But yes, those are things that primarily we use, like IT. We do have needs from time
Absolutely.
to time.
Again, we're just trying to educate
sir.
the community so that they're aware of tax dollars. One big question and two small questions. Have we considered offering, again, in our extension of Eyes on Lamar? Remember, we started with cameras, Ring doorbell cameras for our residents in the hopes that we would, especially on our major thoroughfares, be able to provide some sort of camera surveillance for businesses on, for example, Highway 3, Texas Avenue, 1764, so that we can, as much as we possibly can, be able to provide information to our law enforcement community if, in fact, unfortunately, a crime would be committed in our city. Have we put any more thought to that program?
Again, that would be up to the board. I think that may be something that could come out of revitalization as well. I know that there was a conversation. I know Chief Aragon was trying to get some cameras, like I think they were called Lot Cop. I'm not sure. There's different versions of them. And I think they were funded by a grant. There was a conversation about doing something that through revitalization to try to help make the city safer. So I think there could be a conversation there.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Osteen, would you carry that message back to your board that we are still interested in our Safe City initiative? And one of the things that we're interested in, even if it's 3 or 4 commercial businesses to start, to see how that program will work and see if it's of benefit to our community to help continue to reduce crime. Secondly, where are we with the Paint the Town program?
That's not something that we directly oversee.
Okay.
LMB does that, right? Mhm.
On these, on the cameras, on the different things you just mentioned, are you talking about like 6 cameras, or are you talking about like, what they have like at Walmart, one that's on a.
No, I was just talking about like on businesses that you would have cameras on the business, maybe pointed, overseeing the parking lot, but also seeing the street as well. Yeah, just the basic camera setup. I'm sure it's nowadays it couldn't be too much more than $100. So it's not a lot of expenditure for us. We just need to see how that program will work. Last thing is the Highway 3 corridor. And I know we had a conversation with the council, and I know that you all did, with Collaborate on a plan for the Highway 3 corridor. That's really vital. The internal part of our city, the more traditional parts, the eastern parts of our city, we need to have a plan to economically develop it so that it can hold its own, so that it can maintain services and amenities for our eastern residents. That is a serious issue for me, and I would suspect this council. Where are we with a bona fide plan for revitalizing the Highway 3 corridor economically?
So working on that, obviously the revitalization committee approved $15,000 to go towards a match for the HGAC Livable City study. Obviously there's been turnover at administration level as that was coming to be. I think the total match was $25K, so there'd be $10,000 there for the city to do. I feel like council has probably already approved those funds at some point. It's been a number of months, but it was right as one was leaving. Then we had, so actually I followed up on that a little bit last week. I'm trying to find out, was that ever executed? If so, where are we in that process? And then just reminding, folks that we do have that $15,000 grant out there to reimburse the city at the appropriate time. I think that'll be a great first step of finding out who's on first and then going from there. So that's what the plan was to get HGAC's Livable City study. There's been other communities in the county that have done it. Texas City has had one done. Galveston's had one done. I believe League City's had one done. And so I think it is a step that can help open some doors to other funding mechanisms for the city.
Very good.
I'm sorry, and has information already been provided on that? What you just talked about?
I'm not sure if
If
the
there's any
ball, if it fell
documentation.
through the cracks and the actual agreement with HGAC, I'm not even sure if it's been signed yet.
Okay.
If not, if that's something sounds like the council still wants to do, there's an opportunity to do that hopefully in short order.
I was just asking about the backup so that I can look at it.
You can still get the grant, because I believe we talked about the grant on council. I believe we executed, I think it got approved.
I think it got approved. I don't know if it got
HVAC hasn't
executed.
signed it yet.
Okay, I don't know.
Ms. Griffin, when you say backup, help me to understand what you mean.
Somewhere along the way, there was a discussion about it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Were
ma'am.
there any documents produced
I
as
got
a
it.
result of that? Yes.
They had been working with, I know Alex and I had a conversation. He had been separate and apart from us, having conversations with Collaborate about the Highway 3 corridor. And I don't know if there was ever any documents created or if it was just kind
Okay,
of.
I did. Okay.
No, just some general discussions, but that's separate and aside from the HGAC piece, obviously.
Gotcha. Ms. Yancey, were you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a question about retail strategy. We're still trying to what have they produced this year from last year of any significance? Because we still give them 35,000?
Correct.
Yeah. Mhm.
So, they still go to the different trade shows.
Mhm.
They're gonna, be at Retail Live, which we go. We've never been to Retail Live. We're
Okay.
going. It's a day trip,
Okay.
to Austin.
Mhm.
And so, several of us are going up there. They're gonna be there recruiting. Obviously, they were there at ICSC.
Right.
They were there at Red River. And so they're constantly being out in front and helping us recruit. Different than me, where I've got a lot of day-to-day operations
Right.
things that I have to do and do. They allow that extra arm to be able to email and call and follow up and get leads, because they deal with these folks every day for different communities. They have a real good pulse on what it is they're looking for. And so they're a conduit for us. They're kind of like the chamber is for the city and the EDC as well. They're just another arm of folks who are promoting Lamarck and getting our name out there. They've worked quite a bit with Palo Duro. When you talk about specific things on the west side, trying to get that arena set up. They've got several different things there. We're working really closely right now with Gulfway Plaza. We just had a hot off the press revamp flyer as recent as last week, maybe the week before. We also just rolled out 5 brand new specific grocery store flyers that can go to the Trader Joe's of the world, et cetera. And so those are updated with the new numbers. So we're doing those kind of things all the time, trying to make sure that, we're staying out there. And so
Because at Gulfway Plaza, they're 90% leased up, or is it back to 80%?
I'm not sure the exact number,
Yeah.
but as some of you may know, ARs is now closed. And so
Right.
that's gonna change the percentage, because that was 25,000 square feet
Yeah.
of a large center. But at the same time, that's percentage wise going to bump it up a little bit. So that's what we're working on, is trying to backfill that space, hopefully with grocery. And so all we can do is try to prove our case. And we do that with, good numbers that they're able to provide for us, and sending that out. But like I've said before, we've worked with a couple. I think that they're really good. It is a niche market. There's not a ton of companies that offer the level of services that they do. And we do have an exclusive use under our current contract. They can't do full planning and recruitment efforts for folks that are direct competitors with Lamarck. I do know that, if and when we choose to not renew, they won't have a problem getting picked up by some of our neighbors.
You're talking about retail strategy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just I heard your wins. I'm just trying to be able to justify that. Now, do you think they'll get better once our construction gets finished? Is that a hindrance, the I-45 construction?
It doesn't help, but I think right now you're starting to see the timeline of the
Right.
completion starting to align with projects that would make the most sense. Obviously, we're working with the Texan store. That's one of the things they're waiting on. They're working closely with TxDOT. They don't want to turn in plans to the city until they know that once they get approvals and build, that it's going to be aligned with the opening of the freeway in front of their location. So at one point, I think it was a hindrance, but I think
Right.
now we're starting to see the alignment of time be a little bit more conducive to development.
I know we've been talking about the incubator. I've been talking about that since I got elected. Where would that fit in your budget if we were to do an incubator? I would like to see us at least try that on a small scale or something like that. I know I sent you a proposal.
Yeah, there's not a lot of consideration in this particular budget. I'm sure we could figure something out. Obviously, the Phoenix just opened in Texas City. They're doing a lot of marketing, having a little bit of success. For the last year or so, we had our own. We had our privately owned incubator owned by a private industry, which was great. And so my executive office at Gulfway Plaza. And so, one of the challenges there is, where do you fit in with that? Do we want to directly compete with the private sector that got somebody that's already put their money in and trying to do something very similar? So there's challenges there. I think with the Phoenix being open now, it's a good test for the market to see, how much need is there for that? Is it saturated? Is it not saturated? those kind of things. So it's on our mind, for sure. We want to do it if it makes sense. But that's kind of what I know about it and the thought process at
So
this point.
explain what the Phoenix is. Some people may not know.
So the Phoenix is an incubator.
Right, okay. Yeah.
It's exactly what it is. They provide office space for startups. I think you can stay there 18 months or so.
And
And
it's in Tech City on 6th Street.
correct.
Right.
And it just opened, what, 6 months ago?
Yeah,
Something
yeah.
like that. But they had been in the planning stages
For
for
a
a
while.
long time. So it's not something that happens. It's not like a
Right,
light switch.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that part of our agenda, since I've been here, has been to create one, and we still don't have one. And I'm looking at the grant part where it's 750,000. We think that may be coming in. Maybe we make that a grant program where they can apply for that. One of the things that we do know about this economy is going to get tight, right? And so we want to make sure that we have innovative programs that keep people busy, because that helps with the public safety, keeping crime down when you have programs. For example, the Grayson family, they have, they moved from Tech City to Lamarck to open up at Gulfway Plaza where the office suites were. And so they're providing summer camps and training sessions for ages 13 to 17 so they can gain a trade, right? So things like that we can provide us, even if it's an internship, whatever their cost is, then our young people can apply through the EDC for those type of business grants or to get training for it so that they can have a trade by the time they're 17 or 18. You see what I mean? Something as simple as that. I'm not trying to add to your work, but I think if we can partner with some of the business people that we have here in town, it may be worth just looking at it and just seeing some other best practices of similar programs like that.
And
They
it
just
could be
not-
a conversation too with College of the Mainland. Talking about
Oh, they're cutting.
job training and curriculum. And of course, they're always expanding services. You can get a 4-year nursing degree there now that was
Right,
not
right.
possible,
Right.
many years ago. So there's certainly opportunity.
Right.
What we're hearing a lot now is soft skill development.
Mm-hmm.
Is the youth entering the workforce now they don't have the soft skills needed.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe that's an opportunity.
Right.
I think Texas Workforce Solutions is working on that as well.
Right. It's just a slow work, and that's what it helps when we can partner with, do it ourselves, so to speak. You know what I mean? For instance, if we can have kids coming right out of high school going straight into being a dispatcher, right? They've already got those skill sets, and that's why I said maybe that's something we can just talk. But 'cause one thing I could say about this EDC is that you listen, and you hear what the people in the community are saying. And so there are business people that want to partner with us. They don't know how, right? Or they don't know if we can. And so I'm asking you to think outside the box to be able to provide those grant opportunities, because then that helps the business stay in business, because we know it's going to get tight. And then it also helps to train our own citizenry as well. Just a thought.
Sure.
Mhm.
And thank you for that. In the scenario you just listed right out of high school, let's say, so maybe there's some curriculum that need to be developed at the high school level for some of those specific skills.
But this is on the
as an
job
elective.
training. Yeah,
Right.
this would be where the businesses, where the student goes to the business, the EDC pays for the training for that skill set.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
I understand. And
Yeah.
so we need to look at the Texas Workforce Solutions and see if they already have that. I know they've just
they may.
developed some recent programs, but that's not separate and alone. We can
Right.
certainly help.
Yeah, because
with
even if
that
it's just
somehow.
for 10 grants, scholarships, it
Okay.
kind of introduces our young people to business, right? Or to the things that cities do in the community or can do. And that's what I'm saying. But I still say use TWC too. I used to work for them. I know how they work, and they can be very convoluted, right? But at the same time, if it's just 10 scholarships, you have to live in Lamarck, and it's going to be for these businesses, whoever wants to participate. Just a thought.
I have 2 questions. What is the difference between the Phoenix and the executive suites at Mall of the Mainland and the new center that they built over? I
Gulfway
forget.
Plaza.
Yes, what's the difference between those 2 facilities as compared to, because that to me seems like it's an incubator as well. So what's the difference between what they're offering at those 2 facilities versus Phoenix?
Well, I can speak for the one in Lamarck, my
Okay.
executive office,
Mhm.
more than I can speak on the other ones.
Okay.
But the Phoenix is a true incubator, if you will. They've got shared office space you can rent. I haven't studied all their agreements, but by the month or by the year, or depending on the size of what you need and your budget, you can rent space. Something very similar at my executive office, but it's privately owned.
Okay.
It's not government backed.
Okay.
You can rent space by the hour if you want to just come in and utilize their office space, or they have conference room space. Full membership, you have all kind of benefits. They have a relaxation room and all sorts of things that really, it really turned out nice. They did a
Okay.
good job of developing that. So it has a little bit more on the executive feel, more than likely. I don't know if the Phoenix has all of that. The Phoenix is really nice, but my executive office had a lot for the membership.
Okay.
Well, it's closed now, so we don't have it anymore. So, but according to Goldman Sachs, a true business incubator is when you're getting monies or reduced rates too for the spot, but you also get skill set training
Oh, okay.
and who's ever the provider for that provides that. They have them in Houston.
Mhm.
That's a true business incubator where you're getting training, you're getting reduced rates, and then you're expected to leave within a year or two to go somewhere else, allow somebody else to come in. So it's kind of like it's a jump start to help you get ready. I know we had talked a little bit about that with Goldman Sachs because they help to provide a format for that. And if we need to provide that, I think this will be a good program. I've been pushing it, and I do hope we at least try. And I haven't seen that yet. And I know we've had a lot going on, right? But now that we've partnered with some other things for some other people, maybe we can at least give it a try by 27.
The other point I wanted to make is I just want to remind council that when Councilman Lane was on board, he initiated that same program that you're talking about, Ms. Yancey,
Yeah,
where we
right.
got the kids to come in and go and
Good
work with,
grades.
yes. So that's something that still can be done here if we couldn't find anybody else to do it. That's all I wanted to say.
And I'll jump real quick back into my executive office. You mentioned that it's closed, and it didn't close because it was too much business, right? It closed because he didn't sign one lease with one person, and it was priced competitively with Marmo and some of those others. And you saw a lot of office sharing prior to COVID, right? And then you saw a lot of that shrink with folks working from home more often and that sort of thing. So I think there's definitely some opportunity there. I think timing is important too.
Yeah.
Right.
Alex, I wanted to make sure we were clear on something. The 750, and then I wanted to ask you about grocery stores again. The $750,000 is a grant that we, as an organization, are preparing for the agreement that was reached with one of our developers. It's not a grant that we are receiving.
Correct.
It is a grant that we are preparing so that when they reach their benchmarks, those monies will be released to those developers, and those monies will be reimbursements to those developers as they develop properties, infrastructure in our city. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. There's two different triggers on this particular. One is an upfront payment once they meet those certain benchmarks, like you stated. And there's two of those. And then the rest is all reimbursement. Correct. There's a split between the city, the EDC, and the developer for a backside reimbursement of sales tax and property tax revenue.
Very good. You mentioned Trader Joe's.
Yes, sir.
And then you mentioned a 25,000 square foot opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Is it Joey V's? Which
Joe V's.
Joey V's is the little sister of HEB, right?
Correct.
Trader Joe's is a standalone concept.
Yes.
Do they normally go in 25 1,000 square feet spaces?
They can. The challenge right now is convincing them that they need to open a store in Galveston County. They have 5 in the Houston area, kind of running east and west. People do travel to go to Trader Joe's. People really like their products and their price point. I mean, they're not real expensive. You can get healthy food for a decent price, and people will travel to go there. And so we just want to continue to stay in front of those folks to talk to them. I think they would do extremely well in Lamarck in the center of Galveston County.
Do we need to do a video? Tell them where the place will be.
The other question that I get a lot is Kroger. Kroger, what we all would consider abruptly closed in Dickinson. I'm sure that it's not abrupt to them. I'm sure they had all sorts of information that they were considering for long periods of time. I would hope that that's what happened. Have we had any conversation with Kroger?
I have had ongoing conversations with one of their preferred developers for years, even prior to the potential merger that doesn't look like is going to happen. For a long time, Kroger just kind of put the brakes on new deals for a long time. This is going back 10 years. They weren't doing a whole lot. And so, yeah, we've always kept the pulse on that. We obviously would like to see a myriad of grocers, H-E-B, Kroger, Trader Joe's, Aldi, or the like, La Michoacana. So, yes, to answer your question succinctly, yes, Mayor, we've talked to those who are in the know.
Last question on grocery stores, because that's really the biggest thing we get. Well, I can't speak for the other councilmen, but I get a lot of.
No,
grocery
absolutely.
stores. What about those small family-owned grocers like Arlen's and is it Brookshire?
Brookshire Brothers.
Brookshire. What about those smaller, more mom and pop type corporations that the decision making is faster?
Yeah, I think obviously Lamarck would be open to any of that. Cyclically, in my 16 years, yes, they've been reached out to. Brookshire Brothers, I really like their model. I think their employees are also owners. They have the ability to get in and own shares of the company, and there's some perks there that they really want to drive loyalty to their store, and I think they're successful doing that. But yes, we've talked to the Arlens of the world. They were acquired a year or so ago by La Michoacana. So you're seeing that kind of.
Piggly Wiggly, reach out.
Are they still in existence?
Yeah.
But yes, sir. I mean, we want to talk to all of them.
Yeah.
Recently started trying to reach out to Gordon's because they opened a store in Galveston.
Mhm.
And so some of these pop up from time to time. There was one out of Florida we were talking to for a little while. But yes, we get the calls too. We're very sensitive to that. We absolutely know that that's something that we want. So when people say, what is it Lamarck wants? We're looking at new grocery stores. We want hotels and casual sit down restaurants are the 3 things that come up most often.
Yeah. Very good. Hello, Joe.
And
Go ahead, Michelle.
so I do want to let this council know that Alex has worked really, the whole EDC has worked really hard trying to get a grocery store. If I get a lead, I'll send it to Alex, he'll look at it and they just stall, it's just, so I don't know I'm a firm believer if you keep doing the same thing and nothing changes, then you need to change what you're doing. So I don't know, and I'm real serious about a video or something, just to let them know that $25 million pass us going to Galveston every day. The same thing, I think that we need a bus distribution center where people can ride the Greyhound from here and go into Houston. We used to have that back in the day. I thought it was very successful. I can't remember when they left, but because of the tourism industry, maybe see where those grocery stores that follow tourism's tend, that they follow that market. I don't know, just because we know that the airport in Galveston will soon be expanding. They're building the new piers out there. So we know this area is going to be well known for tourism and that's going to expand. So maybe follow those that are following that. I don't know. Meaning, because a lot of times when I get on cruise ships, they always say, what's wrong with Galveston County? We need more stores. They have to come, leave Galveston, sometimes go all the way into Lake City just to buy something decent, according to some of the cruisers. And I said, well, one day in Lamarck, you're not gonna have to go to Lake City. You're gonna be able to come right here in Lamarck and be able to shop. So we're still looking at some retailers as well to come into Gulfway Plaza so we can help with the foot traffic there so our businesses won't struggle so much. Cause I know they've been trying to do whatever they can to generate sales over there at Gulfway Plaza. And that's our district, District A. So we've been really pushing to help those persons that are leasing over there. So that's why I sent you that information, just trying to see if that would work for our area to try to get more people down here. But we are in a food desert. I agree with you. Number one should be a grocery store.
So just to touch on that, obviously talk about change in tactics and
Mhm.
strategies. We were really close, as some of you may remember, to a grocery store anchored center just a few years ago. And the developer was very serious and spent a lot of their own money trying to make it work. Ultimately, the timing just didn't work out. I
Right.
mean, they couldn't keep their capital stack tied up here without some assurances on the backside. And so we were really close to having a really nice development in Lamarck grocery store center, and it just didn't quite pan out. But it's always top of mind.
So what can we do to help make that easier as a council?
Mayor, do you still have that red carpet in the back of your car that you could roll out at any time?
I let Joe borrow it. Did you
Oh.
bring the red carpet?
It's at the laundry right now.
Yeah, we start with the red carpet that we roll out.
Okay.
No, in all seriousness, we would try to make that as easy as possible. Obviously, any developer is going to have to follow the rules and the guidelines and ordinances of the cities, but
Right.
there would be hope that you could fast track and try to help make it as painless as possible for that type of development. I think, that being known is important, and, that's the message that we've put out.
Well, you have my full support. I can speak for the council to fast track that, because everywhere I go, especially on the west side, because they have to go to Walmart. They don't have a lot of choices, and they would like healthy food. Like Trader Joe's would be amazing
Absolutely.
if we could get that.
That
We're
would be
gonna pray
wonderful.
about that. We're gonna get it.
We'll interject something y'all not gonna like. Since
Oh,
you asked
my
that
goodness.
question. We're gonna have to quit fighting up here on the council.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
We gotta stop that. We got a real bad perception. And if I was a developer, I'd stay away from this city
Mhm.
because of the turmoil on council. Y'all can't get along.
Mhm.
Some of you,
Mhm.
we gotta pull it like a wheel, 5 spokes. We gotta pull together.
Yeah.
And I know y'all trying to do that, but you gotta give and take when y'all up there. You know me, how we used to do.
Yeah.
And majority rules, and y'all discuss it. And I used to say, I think I've told Mayor Bill this, you plead your case, and if you can't convince the majority of the council, then you pull with them, because
Yeah.
obviously something's wrong because the majority don't see it your way. Put up your best argument, and if you lose, help support the rest of y'all. That's what we got to do to make this city start growing.
Yeah.
The people are looking at this city. Well, and y'all know we're the laughing stock of the county here.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, it starts with y'all, and y'all, we got good people sitting up there. Y'all all want what's best for the city,
Yeah.
but we got to pull together. The EDC, we all get along and we all pull together. We don't all agree on EDC, but once the vote's taken, we pull together to make it work, and that's what we're gonna have to do.
Yeah.
It starts with y'all. And, it makes our job harder out there too when we talk to these developers.
Yeah.
But love every one of y'all, and I want y'all to do good, and y'all do it. Y'all put a lot of time in this city, free time. And the people don't, they don't really appreciate that sometimes. They just hear the bad stuff.
Yeah.
But EDCs, well, we're behind y'all. I'm gonna
Yeah.
get rid of my soap opera.
No, I think
Sorry, may
I think
do
you're
one
exactly right.
information?
Yes.
The only thing that I didn't like about what you just said is that on diocese and off diocese, it should carry. Okay.
Getting along should be not only up here, but when we
Exactly.
leave here. I got you.
Yeah.
I've received what you say, former council member, elder statesman, former Mayor Pro Tem James Osteen. I do. And Alex and I have had a conversation with one developer who's interested in possibly doing some development here, who said that they'll be back in a few weeks to see if things have quieted down a little bit. And so you're exactly on the right track. And I think we could do it. I think all of us get it. We get it really clear now that ultimately, however we believe and however we feel, if we don't pull together, it's not us five only, but it's 20,000 people that suffer. And so I appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you, Alex. We know that you were playing hurt today, man.
A little bit, yes, sir.
Yeah, you had a bum knee. Yeah, but you still ran that football, man. We appreciate you. Look at your quarterback over here is doing good. You had your wide receiver over here. Man, that's a winning team. Thank you, gentlemen, for that. That is one of the major foundations of Lamarck. When you get a Getty and then you get a Smith and you get an Osteen together, that Lamarck is standing on folks like that. So to get you all into one place is fabulous to glean wisdom from you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Let the record reflect that Joe Compion is looking dapper this morning. And he looked like he handled some multi-million-dollar business deals. We hope. Let the record reflect that Mayor Pro Tem was on assignment on behalf of this council this morning, and he just returned. Did you have anything, Joe?
No, I'm gonna have to excuse myself real quick.
Look at him going.
Catch up
With Alex. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Let the record reflect that Mayor Pro Tem is here, but he is trying to catch up on what he just missed on behalf of the city of Lamarck. Let's move now to see if we can enforce the code. We want to enforce the code. Mr. Hernandez isn't even looking at it. We're trying to enforce I'm teasing. Welcome, gentlemen. I see a fire chief walking proudly up. I see a code enforcement supervisor looking like he's ready to take care of some business. Welcome, gentlemen. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I see Miss Black in the back, getting ready for the fire part of this whole deal. Fire department is here today. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, lady. Good to see you all
Morning,
again.
Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Do you have, Chief Merriman, do you have an opening statement or a presentation?
Well, Avery's going to put our presentation up there to start with. Start with a basic, we're going to go through code enforcement first, and then I believe the schedule says we'll break for lunch and then we'll
Yeah,
come
that-
back afterwards. So
That works.
there is a defining break, so you'll see when I'm
In the documentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha.
the package that you have basically is the presentation with any supporting documentation that would go with it. The budget request sheets and stuff that we had turned into finance, I made sure you guys had copies of them, and they're behind the slides where the requests are being made.
Do you happen to know, Chief? You may not know, maybe Ms. Holly, what tab, or maybe Gary, Ms. Nance, what tab are we on? Anyone?
20.
I'm not sure.
Thank
I
you,
just
Mr.
printed
Code
the sheet.
enforcement is 20.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin.
I just printed the sheet, so I didn't have the whole book.
That's all right, my friend. I think we'll get to it. There it is. It's tab 20, everyone. Proceed, Chief.
So we've started out over the last 2 years trying to really rebrand code enforcement into making it a little more effective in the city and giving it a better public view. And obviously we've come up with our motto there is the community compliance and education. Our team here actually does a very good job of educating to the best of their ability. We get about, what did you tell me the other day? 92% compliance
Oh,
on education. Next slide, Avery. So some of the accomplishments that we've gotten is all of our code enforcement officers they are all certified as code enforcement officers in the state of Texas now. Before they were all in training. They have all attended and surpassed the state's traffic incident management program, which is basically teaching our officers how to safely navigate when they're out of their vehicle in traffic. If there's, if they stop on the side of the road, making sure that their lights are flashing, make sure they're wearing a safety vest and all the other things. It was a pretty key point. The fire department, we've been using that program for years. It's actually mandated by the fire commission that all of our firefighters take traffic incident management. We just opted to have all of our code team do the same thing because a lot of times they're out in traffic and, they step out to pick up signs or whatever. We wanted them to make sure that they were safe in the streets as well. And it also gives us the ability, if we have a major incident during emergencies or on the emergency management side, if I need one of our code officers to block a intersection or divert traffic somewhere, their vehicles have reflective stripes on them. They have vests, they have radios, they can help us divert traffic. They're an extra set of hands to whereas many hands make light work in the city. So we started to phase that in last year. Every one of our code people are CPR certified. You'll find later on in one of the other slides for the fire department where there's an actual total number of CPR cards that have been issued through the city later at a later date. But our community risk reduction team has worked diligently to make sure almost 90% of all city staff are CPR and AED certified. The 10% slackers would be those that have been hired after the classes were given. It was with our turnover, we have some new hires that don't have it, but we'll get them all there. Our goal is to be 100% all the time, and sometimes with the way new hires come and go, it's hard to get track with the scheduling on that. So basically, here's some of our stats from the last year for FY 23-24, and then note that the current stats are only through July, so we still have August and September to go. But our officers last year initiated 757 cases. We call those proactive. That means they're out, they found something, high grass, bandit signs, unlawful deposits, any type of code violation they find. They initiated 757 cases. They answered 248 through the request tracker system. So that system does work. It works. It could probably be better utilized, but we're utilizing it pretty well. There's always room for improvement, though. Bandit signs, they collected 685 bandit signs throughout the year last year. And this year, they've already surpassed that because last year we weren't fully staffed. The little stationary signs that they put in bandit signs are what they call illegal signage that's placed in the city right of ways or not on private property. If you
telephone poles and stuff.
Telephone pole. Yep. So like when you see those signs that say garage sale attached to a telephone pole, that's actually what we would consider a bandit sign. It's illegally placed. The caveat to that is during election time, when you see all of the election signs around the voting and polling locations, there's a time frame. Y'all are all elected officials, so y'all understand that process.
So when we see these, whether they're in the right of way or not,
so if they are,
campaign season is over.
Correct.
Okay.
If you see them, obviously I have 4 code officers on the street right now. I still have 1 vacancy we're hiring for.
Okay.
So if you see something like that, let us know. We'll get Officer Hernandez will get somebody over to pick it up. Now, if it's a campaign sign and it is in somebody's yard, which means it's outside, we don't pick up, as a rule, we don't pick up on private property. if it happens, it's done by mistake.
Okay.
But our officers don't pick up anything. As a rule, they try not to pick up anything outside of private property or inside of private property. When it's on the public right of way, then we'll have a healthy conversation about
Okay.
whether it was in the right spot or not.
Okay. Thank you.
So here is some of the revenues. You'll see the difference.
Please, before you go, could you go back for a minute? I'm sorry. So the bottom category, closed cases, what does that mean?
So those are the cases that have been closed out due to either compliance or generally they're closed out due to compliance. Now that doesn't mean some of those cases, like a lot of those cases are mowing cases, like high grass and weeds. Sometimes, that if we have to send out our company to mow it, sometimes that initial case that was put in was closed and then it ends up being reopened again if the property doesn't stay in compliance.
So for this reporting, closed cases means that the issue has been resolved?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
At the time the case was closed.
Either
it was
by
resolved.
compliance or by enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Would that also be where our municipal court system hears a case and then makes a ruling, and then if that ruling is guilty, if you will?
So we haven't had any code enforcement cases go that far.
Okay.
Generally they get cleared up, but yes, that would be, if something went that far, that would be where
It
that
would be
would go.
part of closed case.
Mhm.
Judge says you're guilty, you pay this fine, then it would go into a closed category.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But we, like I said, 90 to 92% is in compliant with, and they generally don't, as a rule, we haven't had any make it that far.
Question along those lines. Do you all write tickets without the judge? In other words, if there's an issue of code compliance, you all have made the initial contact, you followed up, still not resolved. You're at a place now where you're writing a citation. How does that work?
We can. Our code officers don't have ticket writers. There's not enough to go around. As Ms. Stacy said early on, we're still working on getting more.
You have
ticket
3
writers.
right now, correct?
So we only have 2. The third one was reallocated elsewhere.
Okay. And
But-
there's a plan to get you all more?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're like I said, we're still working. It was a kind of a baby step thing, trying to get everything. We went from no ticket writers to, I still have an old school paper ticket book that
Sure.
isn't good anymore because it doesn't have enough of the information to issue it. But if they do need to issue a citation, part of them being under the fire marshal's office, it's easy for them to get on the radio, contact one of my deputy fire marshal or my fire marshal, and they can come out and issue the citation.
Gotcha.
And it's a municipal court citation, so it would go to the municipal court judge.
At that point, is that considered a closed case?
Once a citation is issued, it's not a closed case.
That citation is paid or goes to court, then it's closed?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
And so the ones that you don't do the citations on, they just go through the process until it's resolved?
Mm-hmm. So yes, ma'am. A lot of times it really only takes sending a letter or physically making contact with somebody at the house. If our officers, so that was something that changed when we took over code enforcement and we got our officers body cams and we got them radios. What we started doing was making contact at the home to do some of the educational portion of code enforcement. And a lot of people really just don't know the ordinance. And once 90% of your people want to comply and want to be good neighbors, so once you point it out, they do what they have to get it taken care of. And a lot of times if it's one of our senior citizens or somebody who doesn't have the ability, we have resources that we put them in contact with. Like if it's somebody that a senior needs their yard mowed, rather than write Mr. and Miss Smith's grandmother a ticket for their yard, we're pretty creative at finding ways to get their yard mowed for them. It doesn't always work, but we try to help them out because sometimes the citizens just need some help, and sometimes they just need a little bit of extra time getting it done. So as long as they are communicating with our code team, if they, if they're asking for, a little bit more time than we and we can see they're making an effort. It's just taking longer than the rules say. We can always give them a little extra time.
I just want to let both of you know, I'm really serious about the volunteering, and hoping that you guys will identify some things that residents or communities can sign up to volunteer for. I am going to be speaking with Ms. Holly about us utilizing that volunteer program that we do have in Lamarck more extensively to help
And
offset some of the stuff that city workers are responsible for, but aren't able to get to.
And without divulging names, there is some members of the KLMB that have gone and mowed people's yards that needed the help. So there's several,
But there are more. There are others.
Absolutely.
Of us. Okay.
No, I understand, but yeah,
Okay.
there's been several cases where a member of one of our volunteer commissions has gone and taken care of a yard for people. Mayor Pro Tem, you had something?
Oh, no.
Oh.
Go for it.
Very good. Proceed, sir.
Anybody else? Ms. Yancey, you got any questions so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so here is some of the revenues. You'll see where everything seems to be trending up. There is one area there that is on the lower side. We're still working through the game rooms. A few of them were shut down for nefarious activity, not by the police department, fire marshal's office, or anybody in the city. A couple of the 3-letter agencies may have shut a few of them down. So, and we're still working through finishing up getting the rest of those on. So that revenue will increase. It may not be all of what it was last year because of a few of them being shut down, but it will be higher than it is right now. So, chicken permits, rental registrations, we are still finding rentals that aren't on the registry. And again, it's one of those things. It's really just a manpower issue we don't know who has a rental. Sometimes you find them on Facebook when somebody pops it up for a rental and they're like, oh, well, I know you own 5 or 6 properties. You're trying to rent it out. So we let them go over there, but
Yeah.
we're getting more and more of them. Every year we find more rental registrations. I just don't have a hard number as to what I think we are percentage wise complete on that job.
Yeah, we need to, we have 2 entire rental development communities. One is phase 2, I believe, is what we're calling it, of Sawgrass.
Yes.
The back phase. And then is it Palomino Ranch? Palomino Ranch.
And they are the 2 that are, they actually send all of theirs in. Like they come in. I have our code admin currently has 167 checks. She's trying to process all of those rental registrations, and it's from one of those.
The council previous to this council, whichever council it was, our councils
kind of running together.
Kind of running together.
Yes, sir.
One of the things we tried to do was we tried not to burden. We have seniors living in our community who have sometimes 3 or 4 rental properties, 5 even, and they're the basis of perhaps the fixed or additional income of our seniors. And so we crafted the ordinance in a way that would make the first property be a full commitment.
Correct.
But additional properties be at a reduced rate for the small property rental property owners. But I believe that these corporations that are in the business of building communities of rental properties are benefiting unjustly because of that rule. And we were supposed to revisit that fee structure. We were supposed to make a difference between a mom and pop who had 3 to 5 rental properties versus a corporation that had 50 to 60 rental properties. Have we, to your knowledge, and maybe you don't know, I'm not going to hold you to it right now, but have we, as a council, made that change? If you know, and you may not know at this point.
No, sir, I don't believe we have, because I believe that was also in the fee schedule, because that came about along with the adjustment to the game room fee schedule, and none of that made it to council before last year. So,
Ms. Holly, could we make sure that, and I'm saying this to Ms. Nance as well, could we make sure that this council has an opportunity to address that issue? Again, the issue is Mr. Pennington has 4 rental properties, and we don't want to unfairly cause undue financial. Mr. Pennington says, I wish. We don't want to unfairly
Tax them.
tax. Thank you. That's a good way of putting it, Ms. Griffin. But that's one person who is, having a few properties versus companies who do this as a business.
and that'll definitely be an offline conversation between myself, Ms. Holly, and probably Gus. But I think what y'all are trying to accomplish with that would be an ordinance adjustment more than the
And it'll be
fee
a
schedule
yeah.
adjustment.
And then it'll ultimately culminate in the fee schedule adjustment.
So changing the ordinance would adjust the fee schedule
Yeah.
by. So
Yeah. So Ms. Holly's, I've requested it. Ms. Nance, I've requested that. So let's make sure the
we'll
record.
definitely work on that, Mayor. I'm
Very good.
Do you have a number in mind? Like if it's 5 or below?
I think we should probably bring it to council. And
Okay.
yeah, yes, ma'am. And see what that looks like for council. Maybe even if it's we'll talk about it.
A tiered system, maybe?
Yeah, tiered system. It'll have to be a tiered system, perhaps based on ownership.
Okay.
If one person owns 5 properties versus a corporation owning 50, maybe that's the trigger is who owns the property.
sure.
Maybe, but I'm sure the council will figure that part of it out.
Yeah, you guys need a base ordinance to take a look at first anyway. So I'll work with Ms. Holly and Gus and see what we can come up with. I know it's been talked about for a few years, and then with changeover and people coming and going and leaving, I know I'm positive it hasn't been brought to you guys. So
Sure.
we'll work on something like that.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Griffin.
I have a question about enforcement with apartment complexes. Can you guys tell me how that works with the city if there are issues? There's one that I'm extremely concerned about. So what would be the process in that?
So
Or how does that work?
apartment complexes are kind of tricky
Okay.
because they are residential,
Mm-hmm.
but they're technically also commercial because it's a business. So it
Okay.
kind of falls under, this is why this council chose to put code enforcement under the fire marshal's office. So it gives them both the ability to go take a look at it.
Okay.
A lot of times if it's going to be something that's substandard, like maybe needs to go to building and standards.
Mm-mm.
A lot of
I'm
times,
not even going that deep with it.
so a lot of times if it is a complaint, if a resident has a complaint about the living conditions, code enforcement can do a evaluation and see, but it would take the occupant allowing them access to the dwelling.
Okay.
Because code enforcement officers don't have police powers like they have to have permission. They can be charged with trespassing for coming on your property
Mhm.
without your permission, which
Okay.
is why a lot of times, even if there is a code violation like you see in your neighbor's backyard,
Mhm.
it's kind of a touchy subject because Officer Hernandez or Officer Mallory or Officer Foster can't just go on that property. That's considered trespassing, and code officers have been charged with trespassing in past.
Okay.
So it takes a little bit of permission from the right people to be
Mhm.
able to go in and do it. And these guys are pretty good about finding the right way.
Are there any MOUs with them? Or are they required to keep the grounds a certain way? But it's a debris issue is what my concern is. I mean, I feel like they should have those big waste management things. Because otherwise, every time they put stuff out there, it's out of compliance, and it stays there because it's out of compliance.
And
So
it takes
I just wanted to raise that concern
ma'am.
and see if there's something that can be done about making it better.
There is, and offline, if you'll just
Okay.
shoot us the addresses, we'll get our team to take a harder look at them.
All right, thank you.
So some of the things that I want to mention, and I was a little ill over the weekend, but I know this is a hot topic for District A. We're the largest district, and they have big issues with code enforcement right now. Some of the issues that they've brought with me are limbs in District A that are not being picked up, abandoned signs that are not being picked up on Mondays, a mattress that's on a ditch on Edgar Street. And, we've worked really hard to clean up Edgar Street. We just got that new paved street. And so we're getting residents there that are really about keeping that Edgar Street, which used to be one of the most crime-ridden streets just 10 years ago, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we worked really hard to clean up that area. So I got a few church members that live on that street. So they let me know they're wanting more lighting on that street as well. There's a property on Kansas that we've been asking for dumpsters for the last 2 years. We haven't gotten it. The apartments on Rosalie needs a lot of work with that owner. I think you and I have talked about that. And construction going on without permits. And so I'm real concerned about that. I'm also concerned about your revenue. And we worked really hard on the permit fees to make sure that code enforcement has what they need, because basically your collections pay for the salaries, right?
Mhm.
And so that's like a $400,000 drop in not collection. And I hear what you said, but I would like a list of how many game rooms we have, when did they close, and a listing of when they were permitted. Because the room on the street is they haven't been inspected. So I was looking forward to this just to kind of be able to report back to my constituents that, no, that's not true, but that's a big loss. Now, tell me about the liens. Last year, the liens were 6,000. Today, they're 75,000. Why is that a big jump in that?
So the liens are from mowing and all, and it basically once the person in development services that was doing the bulk of the liens
Mhm.
left,
Mhm.
they fell off because so we had to relearn how to do them. So now
Okay.
now that we've gotten ourselves educated on how to properly do the liens,
Okay.
that's a more realistic
Mhm.
number than the one because of training issues.
So the outlier is the 6,700 and not the 75,000.
Sir?
The outlier then, to answer Ms. Yancey's question, the outlier in those numbers would be the 6,700 number and not the 75,000 number. It is not
Right,
it is
right,
not an
right.
increase, it is a restoration.
Correct.
Gotcha.
It's not we finally got the process down
Okay.
with the county and how to do it the right way. And they're pretty time consuming. Our code admin really spends a lot of time doing them. So
Mhm.
it really took us educating ourselves on how, because we didn't really have anybody to teach us because of the exit from the city. But it took us some time, but we got to it.
Yeah. So if you could give me a 3-year comparison of the liens, because the lien issue is a big deal. Because sometimes they're not done right. And then sometimes people's lands are taken without the proper notice.
Mhm.
And that's what we discovered before. There's still a concern about code enforcement not enforcing high grass We know on Union Street, she's gonna make that call every 2 weeks if it's not cut. And she calls me. So please focus on that street as well. The roll-off dumpster, with construction debris. I've been getting a lot of calls about that text dot debris that is on private property on the feeder road of District A. And I don't know what to do about it. We've called text dot. They're not coming to pick up the debris. Can you help us with that aspect?
We can try, but I will tell you that with TxDOT, I don't make any promises because they pretty much do what they want to.
It's horrible though. I'm getting fussed at by my constituents, especially on that, because I mean, they just dump it and they never tell the people when they're coming by. Maybe if we fine them, because that's not their property. They're leading I mean, if we give them a ticket, say, hey, you're gonna either move it or you're gonna be ticketed because it's not their property.
Correct.
So they're coming to me saying, Miss Yancey, when they're gonna come, and I don't even have a timeline, right? So I think that's something we need to seriously look at, because if not, if we don't respect our city, no one will. And that's basically what they're doing. As my grandkids say, they are poo-pooing on us. The other thing is that what people saw was dogs that are being allowed to be chained up, and they should be on a runner. New construction with no physical address posted at property, and larger tree branches in city right away. I'm just helping you to increase your budget a little bit, and for that's, you know what I'm saying, to make up for that loss. Signs posted on poles from 1764 to Main Lake Road that needs to be, that's normally is removed on Mondays. And hats off to you and you all, because it wasn't under your department. You had a huge learning curve. So, but these are just some things that my residents have concerns over. And I think that this is an area we can just improve on. District A is one of the oldest ones, but we are the largest district. And they do get up very upset about Lake Road, Westwood, how that area looks, because it is the historic area of Lamarck. And I want to make sure that I am responding to their call, you know. So, and we can meet offline to talk about it. You and I can meet offline just to talk about it to make it better. But I am concerned about that area of loss.
While Ms. Griffin is, looks like she might, you're done. Chief, we heard you, and I think Ms. Holly is going to get us information about the amount of game rooms we have currently. But the 8-liner revenue is down as well. I assume the 8-liner revenue are those 8-liners that are not in designated game rooms. But we have as part of our ordinance that other commercial establishments can have up to 4
Correct.
8-liners per establishment.
Yes, sir.
Is that what that line item?
That is
reflects?
exactly what that.
So then, are you saying to us that other law enforcement agencies, those same agencies that have addressed issues in our game rooms, have also addressed issues with our 8-liners? Is that safe to say or no?
I don't have that answer. We're still looking at, so once we got the numbers and we saw where we're currently trying to figure out where the shortfalls are. And the biggest shortfall in the game room area was because a few were shut down. So
Yeah. But you don't know if that's true with the 8-liners.
I do not.
How long will it take you to get that information to the council?
Our team is actively working on that.
By the end of day?
I don't think so, sir. I mean, I don't have enough manpower. I'd have to put all 12 firemen doing the same thing. There's just not enough of us to go around to physically see where they're at, if they're still in place.
Wouldn't that be, it seemed like that would be a simple open records request for any citations that were issued by the sheriff's department, because that's what we're talking about, is the sheriff's department in those establishments. Wouldn't that be a simple open records request?
That's possible to be.
Yeah.
I mean,
start there. Okay. Just let us know. That's fine.
Does that have to do with the A&R closing too, maybe? I don't know, I'm just asking.
they didn't have any they didn't have any coin operated amusements, A-liners. Really, the A-liners are just the
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking about the coin machine. That's what I was looking at.
The amusement coin
Uh-huh.
machines, yeah.
It definitely, I mean, some of those could be, so coin operated amusements fall, that is anything that takes a coin, a gumball machine, an arcade, even a jukebox that takes coins. It has to be registered for that as well.
Do you happen to know, offhand, and maybe you don't, what these are revenue streams from fiscal year 23, 24, 24, 25.
Through July.
What are you budgeting for these revenue streams for 25, 26? Do you happen to know offhand?
I don't have that number. I
Okay,
don't,
well, we can get to it after lunch. Yeah.
I don't, well, and I don't have the ability to see those. I don't know what was put in by finance for those numbers. I don't have the ability to see the revenue side of it.
And this is just a yes or no, chief. I don't mean anything by it, but we're just trying to understand. Did your department meet with the finance team to go over your revenue projections?
Not for code.
Okay, cool. That's fine. That's fine.
I do have a question. Y'all get like this.
You lost it, huh? Well, he's gonna be here all day. Oh.
We don't have an ordinance for mechanic shops. I don't think we do we? An ordinance because I've been getting a lot of mechanic shops with as much as 10 different cars. I know you y'all have probably seen it too, but I don't think we have an ordinance that would, you could use. So can we look into that? Because
Microphone, man.
kind of ordinance,
Yeah, I was like, what kind of ordinance are you looking for? 'Cause
Mechanic
there are
shops.
some
are
ordinances, but like
complaining.
what aspect are we talking about?
like they're doing it from their homes and it's like 10, 20 cars at their house.
Illegal auto repair shops in residential areas is what you're saying, Ms.
Right.
Nancy?
Mechanics.
Yeah, do we have an ordinance for that?
We should have a
Yeah,
home
we do.
occupation regulation.
But we can,
I see you, Joe. There's also an issue, and I know this because I was previous representative of District A. There is a there's an auto mechanic shop on Lake Road that was a historical mechanic shop. And so it was allowed to continue or to restart the business because it was originally a mechanic shop way back when. I think there are issues with vehicles blocking the sight line of traffic that is trying to cross Lake Road. I know that's an issue. That's always been an issue. And so let's Miss Nancy, we can look into that. I see Joe Compion's hand. Did I see anyone on this side?
I'll come back to me, to Joe.
Okay. You wanna proceed or did you
No,
want?
no, I went for Joe.
You ready, Joe?
Yes, thanks. And FYI, it is a zoning violation if you're operating depending upon the classification that you're in.
Correct.
But we've not historically enforced that.
Okay,
That's our challenge.
I'm trying to find some money.
You said something about the game rooms. And I see the revenue substantially down, as everyone has noted. Did you give us a recommendation as to the price increases or not? To make up for the shortfall?
It was turned in, but we didn't get it before y'all in time for it to affect. So we didn't, Ms. Nance has all of that information. We just didn't, we ran out of time to get it to you before it was time to start the new process.
So procedurally, we'd have to either consider that with any other fee changes, or we could just take it alone
yes.
as well. Okay. Well, I suggest we take it alone, just to expedite that.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in learning.
And that's something that would have to be in effect because the game room permits are calendar year.
Yeah.
So January or December, all of the packets will go out to the game rooms. They'll come back and then depending on call volumes and manpower, we start working in January to get them all approved and taken care of. So that's when the new fee schedule for that would have to be in effect, would be by January.
Do you start before January though? Wouldn't you start before January? Cause I thought they start paying in January.
That's
Need some-
that's what I
The
mean.
packets
I
go
mean,
out December.
we send all the
Come out.
packets out in December. They're supposed to get them back, and then
Okay.
Yeah, I think, now the reason I was asking you about whether or not you had a chance to work with finance to build your revenues for code enforcement. Again, I keep going back to one of the first statements that Ms. Holly made. We were going to, as a council, need to make up what appeared at that point. It's changing every day as she gets more educated, but what appeared to be a $2.5 million shortfall. Part of the reasons why it appeared to be a $2.5 million shortfall perhaps is because these revenue projections, we have not had a chance to really get into them, fee increases, perhaps, things of that nature. And so that's why I was asking you if you had a chance to spend some time with the team. If not, that triggers Ms. Holly to let her know that she perhaps needs to spend some more extensive time with different departments who didn't have a chance to work with the finance team.
we didn't have the opportunity for any of the revenue side
Yeah,
things on fire or code. We didn't get a chance revenue wise to discuss anything. All we discussed were the expenditure side
Right.
accounts.
right. And so that gap that appeared to be a gap last Monday, it will shrink when expenditures are brought down, but also when revenue
Revenues come-
projections.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Ms. Yancey.
That's why.
Did you want
No, I'll wait for Joe. After Joe.
to?
Sorry, I got it late on this discussion, but we're just focused on this part of the presentation. Or are we looking at?
I think we're gonna keep going. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
We just happen to be
Right.
at this part because of the numbers.
Because I
Yes,
have
sir.
a question.
No, we hadn't got to the
All right.
expenditure. No, sir.
Okay.
Ms.
And
Yancey.
the other thing is about having multiple cars on property. I guess that goes back to the mechanic shop on Thompson Street.
Okay.
And I know it's come a long way, where it was, so. But if we've got some new families and they are in regular contact with me on Thompson Street. It was nice to see people jogging on Thompson Street, but they are also asking for more lighting as well on Thompson Street. Okay.
Very good. Proceed, chief.
So,
Baby lights.
all right, Avery. So this is, you'll see this slide twice. This is, I'm looking to add, we as code enforcement and the fire marshal's office are looking to add an environmental crimes deputy to the team. As you can see, our unlawful deposits and illegal dumping for last year is significantly lower with our code officers being, but there's also some that are not being properly documented because we don't have the manpower to document. Some of the stuff, if we find, the way our process works is if we find a pile, we are currently calling in a patrolman from PD who is already historically overworked as it is to take a look at the illegal dumping. And then if we can't find anything, we're having our public works team pick up the piles as fast as we can. But we feel like an environmental crimes deputy would go even further along because it would help us be eligible for some grant funding through some areas for environmental crimes, as well as a resource who would be specifically trained in environmental crime, illegal dumping and hazardous waste and things like that. So, and that's a joint, I mean, the way that would work is it would be part of our fire marshal's office because of the law enforcement side. And then they would also be the liaison to our code enforcement side to make it a little bit, take the workload off of PD's patrol officers and put it solely in our realm.
And that's a best practice too. We learned that at TML.
Yes.
Right there. Mhm.
That's
I am
That's
so
where I-
sorry to hear that. That is horrible.
Okay. Any other
At
questions?
least we're talking about it and trying to resolve the issues.
Yes, ma'am. We are, our code team has gotten considerably better
Okay.
over the last couple of years. Are we where we want to be? 100%, no way. There are so many more things that we want to do as a team that we just don't have. There's just not enough hours in our days to make it happen. But our guys work really hard and diligently. Obviously, our officer initiated caseload is pretty substantial for 4 certified officers.
Yeah.
Um, I'm pretty proud of the work that these guys do, and they maintain professionalism in their appearance and their demeanor at all times, even through some challenging interactions with some less than happy citizens.
I think this has helped me enough so that, because every once in a while I'll fall off and get upset again, but it helps me, and I think it helps the citizens understanding this entire process and what is and what isn't happening because of staff, because of whatever else is going on. But I think that these kinds of things, we all collectively are able to address them and bring them to council with whoever else that department it impacts, so that the outcome is for the benefit of the cities and the students, and the citizens. And I appreciate you guys bearing with me going through this process.
Absolutely, Ms. Griffin. And I will also say that, we have 4 code officers on the streets to cover the entire city, 14 square miles. And, our eyes can't be everywhere. And,
Yes, sir.
I've got citizens that, because I've been around this town for so long, there's a lot of citizens that have my cell phone number, and if they see something, they send it to me and I pass it along and our guys go handle it. I mean, if you see something, let us know. We're not perfect. We can't be everywhere at every time. And a lot of times, you guys that drive around your districts on the daily basis, y'all see something that we may miss because they've got 12 request trackers. They're trying to hit those. And sometimes they miss a pile of trash in some area or something. So if y'all see something, please send them over to us. We don't know what's out there if we don't see it, and y'all say it all the time, eyes on the mark. I mean, you guys are the eyes on the mark. And if we don't see it because we're, trying to take care of it, done the case, but if you send it to us, we'll definitely get to it.
Hopefully we can help. I'm trying to change the narrative. I'm trying to get people, I think they've just gotten so accustomed to not being heard that they don't even bother anymore. And so I'm trying to get them to report their concerns, whatever they are. And so I'm almost done with the audit, and I've seen a lot of District D.
And-
I love District D, but like I said, I needed to understand what was happening so that I'm able to report it. And so, like I said, I'm almost done with all of the concerns, and I'll just be sending a whole list of them. I'm not gonna go in the request tracker and spend all that time. I'd rather
Absolutely.
just send
And
an
we'll
email of all of the
we'll go
issues.
through them and
Okay.
we'll work on them as they come, and a lot of times what I found was happening is before I took over code enforcement, before it was placed on our fire marshal office, sometimes a citizen would call the city number and they would get transferred, 5, 6, 7, 8
Yeah.
times because either the code officer was out in the field, they didn't know who to give it to. So a lot of times they even call my desk. If they call my desk and leave me a message, I usually call them back. So I make sure I have all the information and I physically make sure that we give it to one of our code officers to get taken care of. So is it a perfect system? No, but we're doing
getting there.
we're doing better than we
all
were.
Understand what's going on now, so that's all we wanting, so.
So
Did you
is
have
there, is
Ms.
there,
Yancey, then Mr. Lowry.
is there a way with request tracker, do we have that on an app where people can actually to actually bring it on the app?
I have to learn about request tracker. That's new to
Okay.
me.
It's on the app.
It's on the app so
And it's
people
on.
can use it, cause I don't know if people know how to because you're talking about educating people on how to use that app, so when they see it, they can report it right then and there. They don't have to.
I
go-
would probably need the same education. I didn't know there was an app.
Now, look, we get.
That is
no,
an
I-
authentic answer.
I will say
I'm,
this.
I'm just being honest, but
no, that's-
again,
that's
you know,
honest.
I'm the guy that will tell you that when it comes to technology,
Right.
I am a dinosaur, so.
Yeah.
Well, apps is what most people use now.
Mhm.
The biggest thing for me though, is that we've had a 2-year learning curve. Now we need to see improvement because there's a pushback happening with our citizens because there's too much illegal dumping. The dumping that we got rid of is now, those habits are coming back. So for me, I need to see improvement in District A now that y'all have had a 2.5-year learning curve. And whatever training, we've said that before, whatever training you need, please, by all means, put that in your budget so we can make sure that you have everything you need to be successful, because that is a big issue right now in the city of Marque, is how we look. It's for streets and roads and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Mr. Lowry.
Is there any way you guys could put out an educational video or post or something? Because this whole time, the community's been seeing those little red tags hanging off the debris.
The waste management tags.
Everybody thought it was code enforcement, and they're like, why are they wasting their time going around tagging these things? And so I thought they were red tags from code enforcement too, but I remember you guys use the signs. So, and I got some this weekend, why are they doing this questioning? And I said, well, that's actually not our fire department or code enforcement doing that. So just something to educate the community so they know that it's not you guys doing it. It's actually them not doing their job.
Yes, sir. We'll work with our communications department on getting a video created for some of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It'll help.
We actually have a list of a few other things that we want to do, like trash cans being moved back up to the side of the house. There's a few videos that we want to try to do, but time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually, along Joe's, wishes, I actually asked if there was some type of literature that we, like when I'm out in my community and I see that and I see residents, I actually tell them, I have a photo of what not to do and what to do. Is there something, I know somebody told me that there's pamphlets over here, but they don't, that are in the information, but they don't specifically speak to the issues with debris and bulk trash, and especially for the elderly community. Something, if it's, whether it's pictures or whatever, I think that would benefit them most, and English and Spanish as well, so.
That was one thing that we spent our first year working on
I
is
saw that, that's why I mentioned it.
Officer Hernandez and
Yeah.
Ms. Myrna, our code admin, translated all of our forms to Spanish.
Yeah. That's why I mentioned it. I saw that. That's a good job.
Very good, Chief. Before we depart, I know that Mayor Pro Tem was asking about the expenditure side, tab 22.
Yes.
One of the things that I wanted to highlight to the Building Standards Commission's point, to Chairman Pennington's point, you have in your budget $70,000 for demolition.
Yes, sir.
And we've heard from Chairman Pennington that there are possibly 3 properties that he is aware may or may not need demolition funds. And the largest of those properties is possibly we're saying this because that's what Gus would want us to say, possibly the apartment complex on
Correct.
Main Street.
Yes, sir.
And I'm saying this to you and I'm saying this to Ms. Holly. As we go through this process and we come forward with a more consistent budget that aligns with our priorities for fiscal year 25-26, perhaps that number needs to increase.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to use a real big word here, but it's still early, exponentially.
Yes, sir. Got it.
And
Understand it.
we I had that very conversation after discussing with Mr. Pennington after one of the council meetings. We were aware of the potential that that's kind of money that has to be earmarked but may not get expended because we're not sure how long the process is going to take for those. The residential we're going to have to put out for an RFP, so we don't really have a ballpark figure. I mean, we know what we've spent in years past, but with inflation and all that, that may have fallen on deaf ears with her predecessor.
Yeah. And Miss Holly, we may have a willing partner in those three wise men that sat here before us in the EDC conversation. They had a whole line. Isn't it funny? They had a whole line item that said blight reduction. Did you see that line item?
I did.
Did you see that, James? You saw it and you're on the EDC. Did you see that, Joe? Joe saw it. He's on the EDC too. Oh, he didn't see the line item. But we may have a willing partner in that effort because
And I
Main
believe
Street
in
is a
years past
commercial
they
area.
have.
yeah, Main Street is a commercial area.
Yes, sir.
And so they may be able to help us with that demolition if the courts allow us to proceed. One thing, Chief, I wanted to and then I don't know if Joe has some questions. One thing I did want to mention, and this has nothing to do with you, but it's in your budget, and I'm highlighting this for Ms. Holly and for Ms. Monica. We were told to expect an increase in our group health insurance premiums. And yet it appears as though there is a roughly a $4,000 decrease from the fiscal year 25 estimate as opposed to the fiscal year 26 proposed from 47,182 to 43,560. I don't know what that's about. Can you help us?
I'm not sure about the estimate, but the 43,560 was my calculation as an increase. I'm not sure if that
Where the
estimate is
47 came
accurate.
from? Okay, gotcha. That's all I had. Thank you.
But I did
That ought
try.
to be filled in by HR and not the departments, because that should be an HR function to fill that in.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Holly. Thank you, Chief. Mayor Pro Tem.
For the discussion right now, I wanted to make sure that we all are aware that in addition to the funding opportunity for people to either rebuild or receive reimbursement for expenses they had for Hurricane Harvey, there is also a fund of approximately 300 million for buyouts and acquisitions that's available to cities. And that fund is first come, first serve, as many of these are. And if you especially identify any structures within our city within the 100-year floodplain that are prone to flooding, that they can be acquired, the parties rehoused elsewhere, and then that land converted, Ms. Griffin, you love this, converted to parkland for the city, for green space. So I don't know what areas might fall into that, but please be aware that that's an opportunity. And then second to that is that GLO also has a program with regard to, and these are additional funds that are available for blight mitigation. And I will get that information to you, but these are things that I'm also sending over to Miss Alice Ashley to make sure that she's also pursuing it and working with you guys to identify where, if any, we have opportunities to access these funds. That's all.
That's it. Anyone else for code
Oh,
enforcement?
I'm sorry, I did one quick question. One of the items I noticed, I think you were just using this from another city, this form, because it's
Yeah.
the city of Friendswood at the top, right? You were just,
That was the form that I was provided from finance.
Oh, that was a form.
So they're not gonna help share in the
I'll ask them. I got no shame. I'll go ask.
We're just having fun, Chief. Anyone else for code enforcement? If there's no one else, Ms. Nance, we're gonna break for lunch now and reconvene at 2, if that's okay with you. Mr. Osteen has requested that myself, Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Monica, and Ms. Holly meet him in the city manager, not city manager, the City Hall's conference room. He has some items of note that he'd like to share with us, and so that works out well. Who?
Because he's with building standards.
Oh, he's already, yeah, he already made his, yeah.
David,
You're good.
did you have anything else to add? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Jens. So if there's nothing further, we will break for lunch, and we will reconvene at 2 with a hard start at 2:10. Let's remember, council, we have a meeting tonight, so all we have on our afternoon agenda is fire, right?
That's it.
Just.
Yes, sir. It's all me all day.
There it is.
Fire EMS.
All right, so we're reconvening, we're breaking for lunch, and we're reconvening at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. Good afternoon on this lovely Monday afternoon, August the 11th. We are continuing in our budget workshop. Let the record reflect that Mr. Lowry and Ms. Yancey have an excused absence. Perhaps they may or may not join us later, but we will proceed. We have 3 members of council, which constitutes a quorum, so we can proceed in a lawful way. We are continuing our discussion. Item 5.1, review and discuss proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 departmental budgets in all funds. And we are continuing our discussion with the fire department as they transition from their code enforcement presentation to now the fire presentation. Chief Merriman, you may proceed.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Afternoon.
Here we are at the Department 6 Fire Department budget. And there we go. All right, and as usual, our motto is courage, commitment, and community, and that's where we're going to start at. Next slide, Avery. So some of the accomplishments that the fire department has made this year is, most significantly, is we have brought the first accelerant detection canine to Galveston County, and he is housed right here in our very own town. Canine Kai is the first ever accelerant detection canine for the city of Lamarque as well as Galveston County. And he has been successful on several cases already. He's been in service since October.
And not only, let's be clear, you mean successful on cases in Galveston County, not necessarily in Lamarque.
Several, some in Lamarque and some
And Galveston County as
yes.
well. Okay, gotcha.
Obviously our community outreach and what we like to call community risk reduction has had some significant things that we've done this year. You know, we did pictures with Santa and the Grinch, and then we did a week-long tour of the city where Santa and the Grinch toured around on a fire truck with Christmas lights and music playing, and had a really good time with that. We also put on the county's first ever visually impaired Easter egg hunt, where we had blind children or visually impaired. They weren't completely, not all of them were completely blind. Anybody who was visually impaired could come out and hunt Easter eggs that beeped. It was a huge success. We've had multiple people graduate from the Texas Fire Chiefs Academy with their CFE designation, up to and including the lady sitting to my right, Captain Amanda Black, has earned her CFE designation through the Fire Chiefs Academy. As you'll see later on in our statistics, we have more company level inspectors, so our company level fire inspections have increased as well as our another part of our community outreach is our CPR program. We have taught to date 167, 150 last year and another 60 something this year, CPR classes for both citizens and staff. And that's CPR and AED. We're also, Captain Black is getting ready to roll out a stop the bleed to the citizen, to the staff. And then we may roll that out to the citizens once we get that rolled out. But community CPR has been successful. Our letters to Santa have been extremely successful. We got a huge outpouring along with the Parks Board's letters to Santa. I think every kid in Lamarque wrote a letter to Santa, whether it went to the Parks Board or to Central Fire Station. But it was a lot of fun. We really enjoyed doing all that kind of stuff. So look for Santa to come back next year or this year. And what else do we do? That's with council's approval, we added 3 engineers. So basically that is the engineer is the driver level. They're the ones that are trained and certified and qualified to drive the fire engine. So now we have each fire truck on each side of town has a person strictly assigned to drive the fire truck, and they're responsible for the maintenance, the upkeep, the whole thing. So when they are also the first step of command structure, the firemen generally go to our engineers, and then they go to the captain and follow the chain of command. So we now have an engineer and a captain on each side of town.
Very good.
On each shift. We have no vacancies for captains or engineers. So every day, even if somebody's off, we either have a captain on each side of town or we have a step-up captain. Our engineers can step up into the captain's rank, and then somebody will backfill to drive for them. But we have an officer and a driver on each side of town, a designated officer and a driver on each side of town every day now.
Very good.
And that also brought our minimum staffing. So our minimum staffing is still 8, 2 on the engine, but if everybody's on shift, we now have 3-man engines in the city of Lamarque. So we're almost to our goal of 4. We've made great strides in the last couple of years and adding enough firefighters to come up to the NFPA 1710, but we're also fully staffed. We don't have any vacancies at this current moment. All positions, fire, engineer, captain, all ranks are filled. We don't have a vacancy in the department as we speak. Obviously things change, and that's always subject to change. The last vacancy we had, somebody moved north to be with their family. So, and then we filled it. So we're maintaining a full staffing of firefighters and EMTs on shift, which is something we haven't done in a lot of years too. So that's another pretty big accomplishment for our department and our city. Next slide, Avery. So some of our statistics, last year we ran 2,497 fire calls, which could be, they're not all structure fires. Those are calls where the fire engine rolled. So it was either they needed a first responder unit for a medical emergency and they needed extra hands, or it was a critical emergency and they needed extra hands, or it was a wreck or an accident or a gas leak or whatever. But the fire engine ran almost 2,500 calls last year. This year, with 2 months left to go, we're at almost 2,000 calls. So we are slated, if trends keep going, we're going to surpass our call volume from last year for fire calls as well. Actually, all of them, all the way around. We're still 2 months in, and last year we ran 3,000 EMS calls, and this year we're at 2,700. So
Hold on just a minute. Ms. Nance, I have to step out for about 2 minutes to take this phone call. Can he proceed? Give me 2
Recess?
minutes. Yeah, not even. Let me just tell him I'll call him back.
So fire and EMS calls, we're on track to surpass what we ran last year. We have 2 months left, and we average around 500 calls a month, fire and EMS total. So we're probably going to surpass if we keep going. Last year we did 176 inspections, and this year we've already gotten to 149. So that's part of that company level inspections has been increasing and moving forward. So fire prevention, we bolstered our fire prevention a lot. And that's station tours, fire prevention presentations, where we go to the schools and we make sure that we give a fire prevention presentation to the schools, as well as our smoke detector programs and other fire prevention stuff that we do during October. Car seat inspections. Last year we did 44. This year we've seen a downtick in car seats, but we still have the only child safety seat check station in Galveston County. That's another one of Captain Black's prodigies is she takes care of all of the car seats. We have several child safety seat technicians on shift. So anybody that needs a car seat inspected can get it done. And generally it takes just making a phone call or showing up to the fire station during regular business hours. Somebody's on shift and they'll check it. And if it's on a weekend or after hours, if they make a phone call, the odds are we have a seat check technician on shift. So they can get them checked just about any time they need them. They need them done.
Yeah, can I ask Chief a question? Do you also provide that type of information to the wellness center that they have over here, right next door to the veterans offices? The name escapes me, but I know they have done several events with the library. It's Galveston.
RCC?
Yes.
RCC.
Send them to you.
Do you guys make that information available to them?
Resource
there's-
Crisis Center.
Yes.
The Resource Crisis Center.
So the Gulf Coast Center does.
Okay.
They also provide car seats to people
Okay.
and they coordinate with Captain Black.
Okay, good.
So if the lady will drop the car seat off and then Captain Black will install it for them.
Okay.
We have when's it coming up? September? Yeah. September. There's we're going to do a child safety seat station event in our bay at Station 1. So in September.
They had a community baby shower. You guys would have been perfect. Perfect. That would have been a perfect place for you guys.
There we go with CPR.
Chief, Mayor Pro Tem had a question.
Under this community outreach and training, is department going to be participating in the Prepare with Pedro? Prepárate con Pedro? It's actually it's a joint venture between TDM and the American Red Cross on fire prevention among young people and youth, young age kids. I'll get you the curriculum. I'm one of the instructors.
I'm always open to community outreach. If you've got something, just
Okay.
send it over and we'll take a look and see if we can
All right, I will.
get a part of it. I mean, that's teaching our young people is a high priority of ours. So we're all
Get that
about
to you. All right.
adding programs.
What was the name of it, Joe?
Prepare with Pedro.
Prepare with Pedro. Okay.
First I've heard of it, but I'll definitely look into.
They were providing information at the Hurricane Huddle because I got
Exactly,
one of those
exactly,
books
yeah,
that
so
they
the book,
had.
yeah.
Chief, on your previous statistics with code enforcement, I think you indicated to us that the year was not done, that the year was not, there was a star by it that
Correct.
says through July.
and
Is
that's-
this the same?
It
Through
is.
July?
So this is through July. So that's why I mentioned earlier that, last year we ran 2,497 fire calls, and with 2 months left we're already at 2,000.
You have August and September left. Okay.
Yes, sir. For all of those numbers. So I would expect our final numbers for the year to supersede last year's numbers.
Okay.
If trends keep going, we average about 520 calls a month for fire and EMS total. So we should be,
What's the breakdown? And you don't have to hold me to it, but for state by station, it's not 50-50, is it?
no, sir. So it kind of pops back and forth. One month, the majority of the month, Station 2 is busier.
Which is this?
This one over here. But some months, Station 1 is busier.
And there's a reason for that, right? You have the
Summertime,
more
traffic.
traditional parts of town,
Mhm.
older homes, people who have lived here for quite some time versus people on the west side who've moved in, homes are newer, younger families.
Yes,
And so that unfortunately trends. The older we get, the more need we have for emergency medical services.
correct.
The older our homes get, the more issues they have with fire safety and things of that nature. Gotcha.
Correct. Now, there will come a time when, you know, there's the population on the west side over there is growing to the point to where I would suspect that eventually in a few years, the number of population over there the call volume may tend to get busier over there eventually, but we're still seeing the busier side of town when you add it up, it's still Station 2.
Do you have enough room in the fire station 1 if you needed to add another EMS unit or a ladder truck
Yes, sir.
to house those firefighters?
So I have enough room at this station, it's Station 2 over here, to add another medic unit. And I
what-
have enough room at Station 1 to add another medic unit and a ladder truck if needed eventually.
And when I say room, I'm not only talking about the bay, I'm talking about sleeping or
Yes.
sleep. Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We did. An engine, a ladder truck, and 2 medic units will fill up Station 1 for total bed totals.
Gotcha.
It would fill up Station 1. An engine and 2 medic units over here would fill up the dormitory space that we have. So
Gotcha.
there is still room for growth in our 2 existing stations. But the conversation that we had with Division 2050, I forget the name of the company that did it, but we
Collaborate.
Yes. That's where the idea for the 3rd fire station came in, with the growth and with the economic and population growth coming.
Right.
We're going to have to, depends on how many years, we'll be definitely looking at another fire station in our future.
Gotcha.
So CPR, there we go. Yep, there's the number, 174 total cards issued. So that's 174 people taught CPR and AED first aid. So our guys are, and that's teaching the citizens. We try to teach a class bi-monthly. Once every other month we do a class, and some months we get pretty good attendance numbers, and then others it's, but there's always been 1s or 2s or 3s, and some days we have 10. So it's a program that's working. The more people that get certified in the city, the easier our job will be, and the safer that the community will become, because early CPR is the key to heart attack survival.
Ms. Griffin.
Chief, are you extending some portions of that education to the kids?
Yes, ma'am. We taught all of our interns.
Okay.
Every intern that comes to work for the city of Lamarck goes through one of Captain Black's CPR classes.
What about elementary or intermediate school? Like what to do in case
We
they
have
go through
not
that?
gone to
Okay.
that agency yet.
Okay.
We were working on, it stemmed from a presentation with the special needs
Okay.
class. And we were going to teach them, we want to teach them CPR. We
Okay.
haven't worked out the logistics, but
Okay. I think that would be something
Absolutely.
to think about.
all right. So there is the revenues we've collected. We're on pace to supersede last year everywhere, with the exception of our plans review. And last year that that large number in the plans review was because we had the school. This year, we don't have the bulk of the school to do the plans review, so that number will fluctuate. We do have some larger projects coming, so there will be an increase next year. What that number is, it's kind of hard to calculate what's coming and how much it's gonna bring us as far as the plans review goes. So, but we are certainly on track, and even I will point out that it may not seem like much, but our fire billing doubled from last year. And that's so last year was the first time we did fire billing since 2015. And keep in mind, no resident got a bill for fire services. It was only to out of city residents, non-residents, and insurance companies. And we collected $6,100 to date. I believe that's better than we've gotten in years past. So I know it doesn't help much, but every dollar helps us.
You said 6,100. That's not right. 700 and something. 728,000 collected.
That's EMS, sir.
Oh,
The next line is
which
fire.
the one? The fire?
Fire bill.
Yeah,
Ah,
the 6,148.
6,000.
Mm-hmm.
Also, through July, we still have August and September to go. So. Next slide. So this is our additional request for, and this is a need. We need 3 more firefighters to get us to our 4-man engines. One, so industry standard is the fire industry goes off of the NFPA, and 1710 says that minimum staffing for a fire engine is 4 per truck, which will also help us acquire the remaining points we need to decrease our ISO rating to a 1. And it works a whole lot of ways. You're adding another fireman on the fire truck. It increases the speed and efficiency of fire suppression activities, decreases the workload to decrease injuries on your personnel. So
Mm-hmm.
next one, Avery. This is a one that we've been working on for a long time. Our bay doors over here, they don't close. And to quote the company that we had come out and take a look at it, you could spend $10,000 to fix them, but it may work for 2 days. And those doors they're heavy, they're double pane, they're wind load rated, and they're 50 years old, and they need to be replaced. Right now they're secured. One is secured down, one is secured open, and that gives people free reign to our bay for burglary, vandalism, and theft.
Is it the whole entire setup that needs to be replaced, or just the doors?
The doors and the motors, the
Okay.
whole thing needs to be replaced.
Didn't we include that as a damage on one of our?
Got denied, from what I understand.
It does? Let me find out. You remember, was it barrel or was it Harpy?
Can't remember it.
Okay, I'll find out.
I don't know that it was.
I'm sure Alice probably knows.
Yes.
This is our, so it was this position was approved 4 years ago and then unfunded. This is the EMS administrator to go over QA, QI and community risk reduction. Basically it's an assistant to help Captain Black manage all of the programs, all of the EMS QA, help with our medical protocols. And in an attempt to improve the patient care delivery to our citizens.
When I look at these revised payroll calculation sheets that you included here for these positions,
Mhm.
it's a question. It says health insurance family. Are we covering the entire family?
No,
Or
sir.
is that a contribution from?
So unlike the police department, our firemen, if they pay for their family, it's whatever the employee's part, they pay their portion of it. There is some that I believe is contributed. That number, that sheet came from finance.
Oh, this came from finance.
Yes. I plugged those numbers I plugged in the salary numbers. Mhm. Yeah. That sheet was supposed to calculate all of the fringe to give y'all a total number.
Ms. Monica, is that accurate though? It says family coverage. And there's a figure there. Both of them say family coverage.
My understanding is that Christine budgeted everyone at the higher coverage, not knowing if they were going to be individual or if they were going to go ahead and put their entire family on the insurance.
Oh. And this additional item, this $31,000 here, that's additional salary? 60,000 plus 31 for certification? This is,
If they make, if you have all the certifications that, the union has negotiated to get extra pay for,
yeah,
then it adds up to that amount of money. It adds up to that if you have them all. Most likely, nobody will have them all
okay.
at the maximum, so there's a range in the pay
Hmm.
from basic to everything. And the max would be the 31,000 if they had everything.
So it appears to me that, once again, when they were submitting these worksheets, they just took the top number, not knowing the certifications that the person has, and just added that 31,000. We don't have anyone right now that's earning a full $31,000 in additional salary.
That's, the 31 is also the projected if the union contract goes through. If they hadn't settled on just yet, that's the.
We plugged those numbers in worst case scenario based off of what could be projected out salary and fringe benefits and certification pays.
Do you know, Chief, maybe you do, maybe you don't. The fire union is negotiating with the city of Lamarque currently. And it's a matter of public record. Those negotiations are televised. And so we aren't introducing any new information that that our public does not already have access to. But the basis of their negotiations from the union side is an incentive-based contract that increases the amount of compensation for incentive-based performance. In other words, if you all reach a higher level of certification, whether it be in emergency medical services or whether it be in fire suppression or any specialized task, technique, or skill, they are negotiating increased compensation for much, if not all of those certifications. Question is, do you know if that has been factored into your budget?
That's the number that he was at. We factored the worst case if everybody had everything.
Right, but is it up to the new?
Yes, sir. We used the new number.
The numbers that they're asking for?
Yes.
Okay.
So it will probably, through negotiation, that number will probably be decreased.
You
but-
suspect the number? Yeah,
Yeah.
I got you.
But the number that you are seeing today is, we took
Perfect world.
what the union asked for, the 2% COLA with the training incentive pay, and factored that into those sheets.
Okay. Right.
Next slide. So here's a big ticket item we have to start looking at, and it's our fire engines. We got 2 new fire engines in 2020. So there are two trains of thought. Industry standard, what most fire departments do is they try to have their fire engines a front line for 5 to 7 years, and then in reserve for another 5 to 7 years, maybe 8, totaling 15. If you look at the NFPA 1911, it will tell you that a fire engine should be in service for 15 years. Our fire engines currently have a lot of engine hours on them, and engine hours on a diesel engine and it's due to sheer call volume. I mean, our reserve engine, which is currently first out because one of the newer trucks is in the shop, but our reserve engine is a 15-year-old truck with, I believe it's got 5,100 engine hours on it. And then if you do the calculation, that comes out to about 300,000 miles on a fire engine. So as these trucks age, the maintenance on them is going to grow, and the lead time to even get a new fire engine is 24 to 36 or even 48 months. So even if we placed an order for, well, even on our ambulance remounts, we have, and Mayor can tell you, we've been working on ambulance remounts since 2020, and we're slated to get the next one back from the shop end of next month. What they said, they were waiting on parts, but they were hoping for the end of next month. So post-COVID, the lead times for fire apparatus and medic units has extended itself out. Before COVID, you could get a fire engine in 8 to 12 months, and now it's taken 24, 36, even 48 months, depending on how many people are ordering fire trucks. So
Yeah, bro. Is this the one that you told me that you can only get parts from a certain place because of how old the truck is? There was one you were telling me that you have to get parts from a certain.
luckily, and that place happens to be in our town. That's
Okay.
the fire truck manufacturer and maintenance shop in Lamarque. So
Okay.
all of and even our 2 trucks. So luckily, the two engines that we have now
Mhm.
are a different manufacturer,
Okay.
but our maintenance shop that the fire truck maintenance company in Lamarque will work on those for us because they're hometown. So they work on our fire trucks. So once the warranty went out on those, we rather than drive them across the city of Houston to have them repaired, we were taking them right down the road to our shop, our local shop.
And just for me, because I don't know, when you say repair, does that like the engine and stuff, that doesn't include all the special gadgets that you have on the?
Tools are a different.
Okay, that's.
So we have a myriad of small
Gadgets.
tool companies that will, so there are fire engine manufacturers, there are ambulance manufacturers,
Okay.
and then there are companies, there are fire service companies that provide small tools and equipment.
Okay.
And then we have several different of those that provide us with the various tools that go on those trucks.
Okay, didn't know if it was a one-stop shop where you just. Okay, thank you.
And here we are on, so the third medic unit, we were discussing a while ago about our medic unit. So our call volume is increasing to the point to where so the industry uses something called unit hour utilization to determine how busy your medic units are. And the best way to tell you that is how much time an ambulance spends taking care of a patient or with a patient on their truck. And so our guys work 24 hours. So the way that works is if you see 12 patients in your 24-hour shift, your unit hour utilization is 50%. 50% of the time you're taking care of patients. That doesn't count all of the other duties that our EMS people do as far as fire suppression, because they're also firemen and responding to wrecks and all the other. So last year annually, we figured out our unit hour utilization is 32%. And for a fire-based EMS, they recommend that your medic unit should be used 16 to 24% of the time. So our system could support a third medic unit. And obviously with, population increases like we were discussing earlier and call volume increases, it's only going to start us going that way. In fact, I think our next slide has, back to our environmental crimes guy. Same slide on that we had in code enforcement, because I believe that one position works for both departments. It's really a liaison with the law enforcement side of the fire marshal's office and environmental crimes. And it's the same, the environmental crimes guy, it's the same slide times.
And this is the ticket writer, right? This person will write tickets, or you're getting people to write tickets?
We're adding ticket writers to our personnel. We have two now. We're adding more ticket writers, and that person would also have one.
Okay, thank you.
But increasing a third medic unit in the system for call volumes would decrease response times, because often there are times when our medic units are responding to calls from the hospital because a call comes in while they're at the hospital. So now they're going to get a fire truck because we are a first responder organization. So if both of our medic units are out on calls, we're waiting for another medic unit. Our fire trucks carry full ALS equipment to take care of patients. Just like the only thing that our fire truck can't do is transport you. It takes the stretcher. So our fire trucks will respond to those calls when the medic units are either delayed coming back into town, or we've called for a mutual aid truck from a neighboring city because both of our trucks are stuck at the hospital. And with our call volume increasing, we're trying to prevent that happening more times than not.
Joe.
Question. First one to our interim city manager. We're trying to establish some accurate numbers for purposes of our budget, which you're going to come back to us on. And as a intern step, we're being conservative And you've indicated to us that we are, till we are assured of the numbers, we're, except for the finance director, instituting a freeze on any hiring of any new positions. Is that accurate?
It is correct, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And so once you have a good idea, we all have a good idea of our income, anticipated income and anticipated expenditures, then is it your intent then to identify priority areas, say in fire, perhaps in police or other departments, to then indicate or tell us or inform us by way of a budget amendment that we can proceed with one hire or two hires in fire or police, or is that the logic?
Yes, sir. And so that as monies are found and numbers are known, then we can prioritize what goes first. Like in this community, does fire need to be first? Does EMS need to be first? And then just start allocating those resources out to those programs that need to be added.
And one of the things that I have been informed, and I think we all have been informed, well, actually, Miss Alice in her presentation made this point that unlike for police, there are very few governmental grant opportunities out there for fire departments. And a lot of them are by other means. Well, for example, the Tech City Railway Foundation makes available funding if you are a nonprofit 501c3. So that's why I'm trying to.
And there are some that we've gotten through a few of the pipeline companies that we're getting ready to apply for that meet some of the stuff that we need, but it's still not like for personnel and for equipment, the assistance to firefighters grant. That's every fire department in the nation applies for that. Yeah. So it's hard for fire departments to get any money in that area.
Okay. So that's, I've come to understanding then how you pursue any sort of funding opportunity for fire departments, because I have seen for volunteer fire departments, which leads me to my next question. And you and I've had this discussion briefly, Chief. Do you envision at any point recognizing that there's only an X amount of dollars in our pool, that we may identify volunteer opportunities within the fire department?
That's so. In order to be a volunteer fireman now,
yes,
you have to go through the State Firemen and Fire Marshal Association Fire Academy, which is the same length of time that it takes to go to the paid fire academy. The days of joining a fire department to be a volunteer fireman and then just getting bunker gear and going and fighting fire like happened when I got certified when I became a volunteer in 91, we showed up, I got voted into the department. They took me out of that business meeting right up to the bunker gear room and call came in and I'm responding to a fire. I've been a member of the fire department for 30 minutes and I've got gear and I'm going to fight fire. Now the fire service is ever evolving, that it requires for them to be volunteer firemen to have their State Firemen and Fire Marshal Association certification for them to be able to be a volunteer. So you have to go through the academy, and a lot of guys, well, if I'm gonna go to school to do the same qualification, and now TCFP, the Texas Fire Commission, and the State Firemen and Fire Marshal Association, they're allowing reciprocity. So if you have the requirements in the State Firemen and Fire Marshal Association, they're allowing you to get your commission, your fire commission certification, so you can be a paid fireman. That with, coupling with, the economy, it now takes two working parents to be, to have a successful household nowadays due to the economy. And they're just, when volunteers were when volunteers were big back in when I became a volunteer, my grandfather was the sole provider for the household, and he worked 36 to 40 hours a week. And now a single income household, somebody's going to work 50 to 60 hours a week to provide for the volunteer pools are starting to shrink up. I mean, even the volunteer departments in this area, League City's a volunteer department, and they have several day crews that they're paid day crews. So their guys are paid to be at the fire station during the day to run calls. Santa Fe provides, they call it a stipend crew. Santa Fe staffs a stipend crew to run calls and are paid through their department. So a lot of these volunteer departments are running paid day crews. The ones that do not have EMS. They do not respond to EMS calls. They do not have a what's called an FRO, a first responder organization. So we'll use Hitchcock for example. Hitchcock, their EMS is provided by GEMS, Galveston EMS Ambulance Authority. If Medic 5 out of Hitchcock is out, they call for our medic unit. Citizens of Hitchcock wait until our medic unit gets there. The fire department does not first respond to medical calls when there's no ambulances available. They're not allowed to by law. They don't have a first responder organization. Their guys aren't medically trained to do that. So the volunteers, there are still some, and if you look at some of the areas, they'll look at their roster and they'll tell you that, oh, I've got 150 volunteers. You have 150 volunteers on the books. The reality is a third of that is actually participating in fighting fire.
Well, Chief, I guess what I heard in a long way from you is that the possibility of some sort of hybrid volunteer system is not practical.
Practical would be, I'm not sure it would be practical. I'm not even sure it would be effective because of the number of volunteers. And when the volunteers in Lamarque disbanded, there were only about 3 or 4 of them left.
Mm-hmm.
And they were not young firemen anymore.
Well, so let's follow, let's help me out, help all of us out. What's the expectations of our community that is a growing community, but we still have, even with a growing community, a very, very finite pool of money? How do we, that for me is the $1 million question. How do we?
Maybe 3 million.
93 million.
Maybe 3 million.
Oh, maybe 3 million.
Mhm.
So as I'm listening to your presentation, that's because for me, and you look at that dollar, every city, the portion that's going for police and fire, which collectively are called public safety, correct?
Mhm.
Is the greatest portion is that those two entities, public safety.
Mhm.
So I think Chief, Ms. Yancey, I heard you and Ms. Yancey having a conversation in the back. And about monies allocated by families to their city services. And I think it might be a benefit for you to share with the Mayor Pro Tem and the rest of the council what happens when you have an adequately staffed fire department that has all of its apparatus, its training, and its paid members. When that's brought to bear on the way that the insurance system works, the ISO rating. How does that help the homeowner, the property owner? And how much savings do they realize because of you versus the amount of potential tax obligation they have per property, per family? Can you share that with Mayor Pro Tem?
So I'm in 2019, we got our official new ISO rating in February of 22. So our ISO rating was a 4. And that was because we were staffing one-man engines and we only had.
Let it remind him and the rest of our community what an ISO rating is.
So your ISO rating comes from your insurance service organization on your homeowner's insurance, or it's also often referred to as your PPC, your personal protection or your FPC, the fire protection classification of the city. It basically determines your insurance rates are based off of the ISO or the FPC rating. Ours was an ISO 4 in 22. Due to staffing, when we got our ISO rating, we had one engine, one medic unit. We had not built the second fire station. So once we built the second fire station, we added the second fire engine, even though we only had one-man engines and an additional medic unit. The number of personnel, because our medics are also fire certified, count towards suppression activities as far as the ISO rating is concerned. With the improvements that were made to the water system, the infrastructure, with there being, better water flow in a lot of areas of town, more fire hydrants being, commercially they're 300 feet apart versus residentially they're 500 feet apart. All of that goes into account, and it even goes into accounting for dispatch. Having our own dispatch center, having all of the things that are required in the dispatch center, it helped us take our ISO rating from a 4 to a 2, and I can't say for everybody because everybody's insurance rate is different. It's based off value of the home, credit rating, all of the things. But I had my insurance agent give me a cost if my house was where it is now in an ISO 4 rating, to where if it was in an ISO 2 rating, and it would have saved me roughly $260 a year for my homeowner's insurance. Now that's just me personally. So all I can say is that's a ballpark for what all the residents should get based off of their insurance rate should go down based off of the fact that they were an ISO 4 and now we're an ISO 2. Where we fell short of becoming an ISO 1 was in training and staffing. ISO 1 requires enough personnel to staff to the 1710 number of 4 men on an engine, and it requires a whole lot more company level training. Our department does it now, and if you can go to any one of these stations 7 days a week, and those guys are doing certified company level training, which counts towards ISO. So the only way that we're going to increase to an ISO 1 is to increase our minimum staffing.
So basically what you're saying is, because of all of the investments that this city, 20,000 residents have made in building our fire department to the level it is, many will receive a decrease in their homeowners insurance premiums. Your experience was—
Now, what I will say is they have to ask for it.
They have to ask for it.
And if you go to the city website under the fire department page, the letter from the state fire marshal's office that says we are effectively an ISO 2 is on a hot link on the fire side. So you can pull it up and print it off, because your insurance agent isn't going to they're not going to want to cut your, they don't want to give you your decrease. They want to charge you more, but that will help. You can have that letter. And if you don't have the ability to get it off the internet, if you call my office, I can print it up and we'll get it to you. You need the letter. We have it. We'll hand it out. Now, I don't know what, and this is where I don't know property tax, but I would assume that my $200, $260 that I saved on my property for my homeowner's insurance is, I don't know what that counts in points for tax rate, but I know a higher tax rate would not, it would take a big tax hike to make up that $260.
Yeah.
On my, and I'm not a finance person, so that's where I'm not sure, but I do know that 2 cents on 100 would take more than that just to make up that insurance break that I got.
Yeah.
And that's what you guys have provided by adding our staffing. You know, when we started this, when I took over in 21, we discussed it, and you guys, you know, we've been adding 3 a year, and this is where we're at. We're almost there. We're not quite, but we're getting close. And those are the safety standards that and we're one of only 3 paid fire departments in Galveston County. I'm fully cognizant of that. And I'm also fully cognizant that the fire department is a black hole for budget dollars, which is why we try to remount ambulances and not, you know, I can remount an ambulance for $178,000 as opposed to buying a full brand new ambulance at $340,000. I'm trying to do the best I can to keep the citizens provided with the adequate services that I feel like they deserve.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, I think what, you know, part of the factor that we deliberate and we consider, and that was more for our 20,000 residents than it was for the mayor pro tem, is ultimately there has to be an investment made by each family, whether that investment be in tax dollars, or that investment be in insurance premiums. And it doesn't work out exactly like that for every family, but
Right.
but for the vast majority of families, that is the deliberation. And if that is the deliberation, it takes a far smaller investment in tax dollars than it would take in insurance premiums to achieve the same goal. And again, I clearly, Mayor Pro Tem has an idea of this. He's been on council for quite some time, but this again is just a reminder to our community members that, and I wouldn't call myself a black hole. I don't think the fire department.
Getting on the mic with that.
I don't think the fire department is a black hole. I'm looking at
Well, so
over $1 million.
but
here
I'm very cognizant that what I spend is way more than what I bring in. And those numbers that we have brought in, we've taken strides over the last 3 years. You know, we changed our EMS billing company that went from collecting us $300,000 a year to collecting us $1 million a year. And, you know, we started with a new company doing fire billing that we haven't done since 2015. Like our fire billing company went out of business in 2015, and nobody found a company to do it, and we did. And yeah, we've made, we brought in $6,200, but that's to me, every little bit helps, because every dollar that I can bring in will decrease the tax burden on the citizens. And again, like I said, I know that I will never operate a fire department in the black. We will always operate in the red, because anything you put NFPA on becomes expensive. Case in point, I'll tell you about sprinkler systems. So big systems require a pump, a little 750 gallon GPM pump that keeps the pressure in the sprinkler system to keep it from going off. You can go down to Harbor Freight and buy that 750 GPM. It's called a jockey pump. You can buy it for about $350, $400 at Harbor Freight, painted gray. That same pump, painted red, certified for a sprinkler system, $7,000. You put NFPA on anything and it ups the price of, and it's because,
It's more reliable.
Yes.
well, it's supposed to, it's the same thing, but the company that sells them to Harbor Freight doesn't send them to be tested and follow the same QA guidelines that the NFPA does. And that it takes man hours to do that kind of stuff. So I'm very cognizant that fire trucks are expensive. They're extremely expensive, and they're only getting more expensive and longer to build. And ambulances are the same way. All of the technology that goes on an ambulance, the stretchers, it all costs a lot of money. And I'm very cognizant of that. And I try to do the best I can. And our people try to do the best they can to take care of it. But when you're running 6,000 calls a year, things get wore out.
Yeah.
And-
Go ahead, Joe.
And you've been around as long as I've been around. So in here, I just go back and make this point. I want to give police everything they want. I want to give fire everything that they want.
True.
But in my mind, the way I work out is I have my plan, kind of like that Vision 2050 plan. Well, that's what I see it. And I know it's difficult. League City does a good job of it. They have a 5-year plan and things of that nature. But for us, I think at some point, we might try, I think you mentioned to me, Mrs.
Barbara.
Interim city manager, about 3-year plans. That at least we can say this year, you're going to get that one person. And then next year, for purposes, so you don't have to come back and start over again and re-educating. Remember, the 2nd-year plan was, we'll begin at this level.
But I do kind of have, because not everybody was on council.
No, that's
when
what
you
I'm-
guys appointed me as the fire chief. I came to y'all with
Right.
we were in dire straits. We had 27 personnel on shift. That's 9 a shift. That's 1 man per engine. We were 9 people short. Like
Yeah.
our guys were working 100 and some odd hours a week just to keep the ambulances on the streets and the fire trucks on the streets to respond to the calls that the citizens had. And remember when I sat here the first time, I said, I need 27 people to successfully do this job. Here we are. We're down to, like, every year we've added. Well, we're
It's
looking
time for something.
for 9.
Yeah.
We've gone from, like, it has been a slow process, and we can't add. When I sat here 4 years ago and said, we need 27 people, I'm very cognizant this town cannot afford to add 27 people to us. But you guys have to understand what we're up against so that you guys can make the decisions on what's best for the citizens. Because that's what y'all as elected officials have, the government, the citizens have tasked y'all to do, is to provide them with the best for their dollar. And y'all can't do that unless y'all are informed about everything that we need. And that's,
Yeah. And I think, Chief, I think what Mayor Pro Tem is trying to articulate is true. You gave us a plan of needs, and you did your job. That you are the subject matter expert of the fire department. I think what he's trying to articulate is that plan needs to also be incorporated in the larger plan, so that if you win the lottery tomorrow and you move to California for some reason, we still have that as part of our plan, right?
yes, sir.
And the city manager, whomever they may be, can still articulate and help to remind and recommend, because Joe's going to win the lottery one day and he's going to take me with him. And so that's how that's going to work. He doesn't know it yet, but whomever sits in these seats or that seat or your seat, there's still a plan, and you arrive every year at where did we leave off in our plan, I think is what he's trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And a lot of that also comes with, you guys tasked us with succession planning. And that's, that's what we've done was, Captain Black has graduated from the Chiefs Academy, and we have one that's currently in the Chiefs Academy, and we have another one that has graduated. So my goal, my desire, I don't want to be the last fire chief y'all promote from within this department. In the history of this department, I am only the 4th fire chief to ever be promoted from within the ranks. I don't want to be the last one, because having worked for some of those who came from the outside, once that fire chief got here, it was a different direction. So there was no everybody. And then we spent a few years trying to get back on the right track to do this. And then we got a different fire chief. Well, we're going to take this direction. My goal is to provide y'all with 3 to 5, maybe 7 individual internal candidates qualified enough and grounded enough here in this home to take that spot. And still, everybody's going to have a different vision. But I faced a different set of problems when I took over as fire chief than, we'll say, in 5 to 7, maybe 10 years, when I retire, when I retire, and we'll just use Captain Black. If she takes over as the fire chief, her challenges are going to be different from the ones I had. So, but the vision will still be the same. The goal, the mission to take care of the citizens will be the same, because we're all vested, and this is home.
Gotcha.
This is my last post.
Gotcha.
I'm done when I leave here.
Gotcha.
Next slide, Avery. Next one. So we took that off the census. That shows our population growth over the next few years. And that change in population comes with increased call volumes. Next slide, Avery. And here's where our call volume, here's where the visual looks a little off, because it looks like we're way behind from last year, but the numbers are not as far apart as the visual is. We average 520 calls a month, and we are 800 calls behind.
Maybe I have a question. Now, Chief, you have a dedicated person to receive, a dedicated dispatcher at the fire department?
No.
So who's receiving your calls? Is it the police
The
department?
police department.
Okay.
That's standard.
Okay.
Yeah. And municipalities.
Yeah, most municipalities, they have so they all the calls come into the dispatch center, and they handle them as they come about.
Okay.
Some of your bigger cities, like Pasadena, has a dedicated, so it's still a police dispatcher. They work for the police department. They're a certified T-Cole telecommunicator, but they're assigned to the fire department console for the day, and that rotates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Up there. But that's a big dispatch center. I think they have, the last time I was up there, I think they have 5 or 6 dispatchers in their dispatch center alone. So, and they just assign one to take care of the fire side. And what Pasadena does is their EMS is private.
Okay.
So that Pasadena dispatcher has to give when the call comes into the Pasadena dispatcher, it now has to go to the private dispatcher and then get dispatched out.
Yeah.
So this was Captain Black's idea. This is basically a visual representation of what our increase for the 3 additional firemen to make 4-man trucks would cost us in percentage wise based on budget. 5 to 8% of our total budget would be 3 additional firemen, but in the city's total budget, it would be 1.4 to 1.9% overall for increase for three firemen.
Would you like to apply to be our finance director?
Like math a little bit.
She likes math, and when she showed me that, I was like, "That's kind of cool. Let's put that in the slide." So I wanted everybody to see. She got a whiteboard on her wall that's like 6 foot wide, like 4 foot wide, and it's got numbers written all over it. I can't understand it, but she understood it. But it's also written in it's her train of thought. So when she come up with that, I just thought y'all would like to see that number. Next one, Avery. Any other questions, guys?
Is this Canva? What'd you make this?
PowerPoint.
Oh, it's the PowerPoint with the graphs
Mhm.
out of PowerPoint?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Publisher is even
Mayor Pro
better.
Tem, that's exactly why I have her.
Right.
Question. I was looking at the fire and EMS budget and I was looking at supplies and I didn't see your ketchup
Mhm.
supply list.
Which supply?
The ketchup, the condiment supply list. That was it. That was just a joke. We gotta take care of our shifts.
So funny story about that from when I was in the union. Our union dues, they used to take a portion of our union dues
To
to
get-
buy condiments, salt, pepper, sugar, ketchup, because in a firehouse, you can lay $100 bill on the counter and it will sit there for 6 months and nobody will touch it. If you leave a plate of brownies, you don't stand a chance of getting one.
And we already know who fights over the ketchup over there.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
You leave $100 bill there, nobody's going to touch it. You leave a plate of brownies out and they won't make it to lunch.
Steve, I did have a question, go. And once again, I don't think you necessarily came up with these numbers, but in terms of proposal for FY 26, what are considered professional fees in your department?
So our professional fees are we use like Lexapol and our TCFP fees, our TDH fees, our PS tracks, those are our professional fees for the programs that we use. We keep some monies in there if we have legal fees. There's not a whole lot, but the majority of it is professional fees for our PS tracks, which is our inventory logs, our TCFP. Every year we have to recertify with TCFP, and the fire department is responsible. The city is responsible for each fireman has a commission. The fire department holds that commission. So we pay the annual professional fees to renew each firefighter's fire certification.
Well, Chief, as you've explained that, I don't consider that a professional fee. That would be I think a dues or subscription.
It is.
That sort.
And we can move it to that, but that was where my predecessors it's always been pulled from. That's where Miss Susie wanted it pulled from. So we went off of, and
Because when I think of professional fees, I think of legal fees, or maybe you have some need, consultants or accountant, special accountant or something. Because I noticed that number went up according to this proposal from last year's budget of $60,000 to $85,000.
And some of that is our medical director fees come out of there, and his fees go up because of call volume. So when I took over,
Now that would be a professional fee because we have a relationship with some doctor, and I'm familiar with that. That would be something rightful in there. But let me ask you another one then. The one that also kind of threw me off a bit was, so your certification pay, it's listed here at 200,000. And then, your overtime was 300 last year, and you're at 424,000 right now through what? I think we said it was June or through June?
Weren't you through
Or
July?
July through July. And then you've only got 400,000 on this. So where the overtime is coming into who?
So the 300,000 was the number. So our overtime is strictly to maintain minimum staffing of 2 personnel on a fire truck. And through the staffing challenges that we had with vacancies and all that, was where we were over budget. I don't believe that we're going to be, because we're fully staffed now. So the overtime has cut back significantly. And also some of that is, that's where the overtime for Barrel got charged to that overtime budget, but it didn't get reimbursed out of that. So, while I don't think we're going to hit the 400,000 mark next year because we are fully staffed. And should you guys see that we need 3 more firefighters, that will still keep less opportunity for overtime.
Why, let me ask you, why did we do something incorrect on making the reimbursement claim for the overtime under Barrel? Was it not filed on a timely basis?
It's still, they were talking about that Cat Z earlier.
Yeah.
And that's still part of that. That's where all of our 214s are going. We just haven't been reimbursed yet.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see.
And the certification pay number
Yes.
was based off of when I put all these numbers in MDSS, it was March. I hadn't even seen the fire union's proposal yet. So that number's wrong.
And the uniform number has gone up substantially from a budget of 39 to 70, almost 75,000 is proposed. Is that accurate?
Mhm.
It is.
And that's part of the fringe that goes with adding personnel. So when I got appointed to the fire chief's position in 22, we only had 27 people on shift. We had 3 in admin. There were 31 of us total in the entire fire department. Now, not counting code, there are 40 of us.
Well, Chief, as I recall too, like maybe this is where I guess we're not accurate in terms of our books so that we're getting the full picture. I also recall that we had some ARPA dollars or some other funding, and I have to go back and pull up, I don't throw any of these things away, but we had allocated them to buy, like when it says supplies, uniforms, to buy some uniforms.
So that's bunker gear.
Bunker gear.
Yeah.
That's not
So,
considered uniform?
Because that stuff lasts for 10 years. It's in our 10-year life asset.
That's the 10 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Because our gear is good for 10 years. So, again, that was where previous finance directors thought it should live because it was a 10-year life asset because our bunker gear lasts 10 years.
So under that 10-year, that was that 10-year life asset that jumped up to 382, that envisions a new truck or something?
The remounts.
Oh, the remount. I thought we were over the remounts already.
They're still in the shop being done. That's what I'm saying. You guys allocated the money for the remounts.
Yes.
For, in 20
22 or 21, it's only two, yeah. And it started off with two, but we had three.
We have three. So we have one in service now. The second one, assuming the parts come in, we'll have back next to this fiscal year.
All right.
The third and final one, we should have next fiscal year.
And so we have to reallocate money to cover the third one? We don't carry that over?
No, sir.
No?
At the end of, unless this community is different, at the end of each budget year, those budget funds are swept unless they're sacred.
What she means by sacred is like PD's asset forfeiture or our Fund 48, the money we get from the county.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Those are the two accounts that are sacred that I know of in this city.
And this item here, it's just a curious one because it has nothing there. But I know it says general insurance. We have insurance somehow.
We do. And my first year doing budget, I asked the finance director then about it. And she said, we don't use that line item. It comes from another one and it's supposed to be zero in my budget. I've never had any money in that line item, the general insurance.
And how are they treating the fire department as part of our general liability premium or what?
Yes, all of our trucks are, so any of our
Yes.
equipment that needs a liability insurance, it goes to the finance director and she puts it on our TML insurance.
Yes.
The TML insurance. Okay, that's
Yes.
so somewhere in here, I'm gonna find one big figure for our TML insurance someplace.
I haven't found it yet. And so I've seen in most organizations, they do it department by department, but I have not seen an overall TML budget as I've gone through it. Monica, have you found one that has an overall? Okay.
I'm writing that down.
Chief, I think that we need to do all in our power to get that overtime number down. I think for some reason with the fire and the police departments, overtime has been excessive to the tune of $1 million a year.
Yes, sir.
Combined. And I think that's causing difficulties in your ability to grow your staff members. You have a staff member, looks like, whether this number is accurate or not, looks like roughly $100,000 a staff member.
Yes, sir. That's
Yeah, but-
my 3 additional personnel.
So that's 100 per, right? And
I could put 3
Yeah.
personnel on for the overtime. Oh yeah.
yeah,
I'm tracking where you're at, Mayor.
and that, I think that's a challenge. I think.
It has forever been my
And I don't know,
challenge.
I don't mean this in a way like, I don't know why you guys should fix it. I mean, like, I don't know what the answer to that is. But the result or the fruit of answering that question is additional, in my understanding, additional staff members.
Mhm.
And so we have to figure that out. We also have to, I'm sorry.
And I can say that as we increase, like when we added the 3, I noticed if you look in STW and you look at the check cycles, the total overtime number is decreasing. So we're using less and less overtime as our staffing levels got to where they were at.
Yeah.
So minus Barrel, I mean, we had some significant overtime there. And then, there's some other overtime things that pop up like Bayou Fest and special events and some of those things. But the bulk of it was just trying to maintain 2 firefighters on each engine for firefighter safety.
Yeah, I think the Bayou Fest overtime needs to be moved out of your overtime line item. That's a special event.
Sure.
We now have a special, an events committee.
And I don't know, I know that our overtime was charged, but you're seeing it in that 424. Like there's the, between barrel and some of the special events, like that overtime is in there as well, but
Yeah, I would think that overtime number for Barrow needs to be moved out of your overtime budget, even if it's an additional line item that says
Storm,
overtime,
emergency staffing.
storm emergency staffing, where it would stay. I think if the idea is to keep it consistent with the department that has incurred this overtime for budgeting purposes,
And
that's
if-
fine. It just needs to be a different line item.
if I remember correctly, a few years back, I was asking Ms. Koo about the inner workings of STW, and she said that because of STW, the system was so old, they couldn't add any more line item accounts in ours. So maybe the new system, we could do that. I would love to have a line item just for emergency staffing, because that would be so amazing. So,
Let me ask you this, and then we'll get Joe in, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, because we only have a 3-person team, and we need a potty break, stretch break, or whatever we would normally do when we had 5 at our leisure. Let me ask you this. It looks like there is a $100,000 increase in your 3020, which is repair and maintenance of building furniture and fixtures. Is that some sort of AC repair?
AC repairs, I believe that number includes, I may have put the new bay, projected the cost of the bay doors as well into that. I'd have to go look into MDSS and look in the details, but I think now that I think you've just seen it twice.
Yeah.
But yes.
So it's in the back and in here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think so. I'm almost positive, because I put it in as a placeholder, and it may be projected in there. But yes, AC repairs for both stations are in there. And as these buildings get older, the maintenance just goes up.
Very good. Joe, you want-
Well, no, I'm fine. That's good.
I have a question.
Ms. Griffin.
Chief, I have a community service question. Are you guys interested in doing a walk event?
I'll tell you, much like I used to tell Miss Amy, our library director,
Mm-hmm.
if there is something the citizens in this town want to see us do, we're going to do it. If they ask us to come visit a birthday party, we're going to go visit a birthday party. If they ask us to come to the library and make elephant toothpaste, we're going to make elephant toothpaste, or whatever,
Okay. So I need to call Miss Patty.
we are as much a part of this community as we are firemen. So, y'all's tax dollars help fund one of the most professional fire departments in Texas. Probably the best fire department in Galveston County, guaranteed. So if you guys want us to do something, if we can physically do it, we're going to try it.
I'm interested, public safety is one of mine. And I'm interested in bringing a bike event and a walk event to Marque. And I'll check with Miss Patty, but I've already spoken.
Those are the, that's the reasons why we do the home smoke detector programs and the CPR classes and the car seats, and
Okay.
that's the reason we drive around with Santa on top of a fire truck, which was a blast.
Were you Santa?
No, ma'am.
We
I
have
called in the
Santas.
big man from the North Pole Fire Department himself.
We have qualified Santas. Thank you, Chief.
Go
ahead, Jeff.
What I didn't see, Chief, maybe you can help me out, because I don't recall Captain Black being here last year.
She was not.
That's what I'm saying. I would like to see an updated organizational chart in here, and I looked around for one.
Oh, so it's in I sent the updated organizational chart to finance for the budget book. but we did not put one in the PowerPoint presentation, but noted, sir.
Do you have access to this budget book? Did you
Yes.
get one of these? Did you see that? Is it in here?
The org
It's
chart?
The org chart?
Mm-mm.
It's in the, oh, you know what? It's not in the hard book. I looked at the electronic copy.
Is
It's
it
in,
online?
it's in my electronic version they sent me.
I didn't see
But-
it there either, but
I will make sure that I send you the updated org chart.
all right, thank you.
Chief, I just realized I was gonna take a potty break, but I just realized that y'all are all done.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
See, he's
That, yeah,
tired.
you did fire and EMS combined. That's fabulous. Anything else?
We appreciate that combination.
Yeah, we have a long night ahead of us.
I'm,
I figure if y'all sit right there during the middle of tonight's meeting, it'll probably go a whole lot better.
I might just be willing to take you up on that, Mayor.
So we can all
It'll
go
be a
to
long
sleep.
day.
Yeah.
No.
In any event, thank you guys.
I want to say thank y'all. I appreciate y'all allowing me to sit here and have an open and healthy conversation about what your fire department needs to do the job and what we can do better for you guys as well. And I appreciate the open and obviously all of the open discussions I have, you know, with all of you on council is always, I always say, you know, I've been around here a long time and it's refreshing to be able to just talk to y'all as people, not as
Mayor, I did have a question,
Yeah.
Chief. Refresh my memory. Are you gonna come before us again on the emergency management side?
I should, but I don't believe that it was put on the schedule. And as a rule, we don't really have much of an emergency management budget. We just use the disaster fund if needed.
Just use the disaster.
Would you like to see it come before? We still have a meeting, probably Monday, not Thursday.
I think we need some,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be helpful for us
Ms.
to,
Nance.
for you to have some clarity on that? Because just to say we use the disaster fund,
Yeah.
heck, we don't even know what's in the disaster fund right now. Just,
I don't even have access to the emergency management budget in the system yet.
And I think you're not the first person that said that. You probably won't be the last. Just know if you hadn't been listening that the council has clearly articulated to the city manager that
And-
we want all of our department heads.
And I feel like some of that may be the antiquated STW system. It's hard to, we all know is the only person who knew STW inside and out was Ms. Koo. So, there's been some challenges, even for Ms. Turner to, when y'all assigned code to me, we had some challenges getting STW to give me the code budget so that when Rex needed to be approved, that they came to me. They were going directly to the city manager and it was a challenge to get that figured out. So I don't think it's by any fault other than the system is just
Yeah,
antiquated and being replaced.
yeah, absolutely. And I think as council has indicated to Ms. Holly, that we have a desire for all of the key leaders, whether they be department heads or eventually even members of council, to see, if not manipulate, those department budgets and those line items associated. You should be able to see, the police chief should be able to see, the finance director should be able to see, the librarian,
The
as
expenditures
well
and
as
the revenues.
the city manager see and share that with the council.
Mhm.
So that's coming. That's coming. Ms. Nance.
Oh, I was just gonna let you all know that the emergency management budget is under tab 19 and it looks like there's an estimated $16,000 in that budget. This
Okay. we will look at that. We could take a look at that Monday, if you don't mind, Ms. Nan. We can notice it for Monday. We originally thought that we would be able to come back on Thursday, and Ms. Holly would be ready to give us the real deal. But in order for her to give us the real deal, we're gonna have to give her
A few more days.
Yeah, we're gonna have to come back next Monday for that, to give her some days to work on it. She had a chance to read over it this weekend, and she wants to do some more work on it. So I said all that to say, we're probably gonna call another, at least one more budget workshop for next Monday. And in that experience, we can bring back the emergency management budget. Because as we speak, Erin is born. She's out there in the go, well, not the go, she's out there in that, is that the Atlantic? You went to school,
Atlantic.
didn't you? Atlantic, that's where it is. Yeah, you went to school too, Atlantic. And she's floating around. And so certainly there is
With
a
a-
kid,
With a 40% probability of becoming an official storm.
and she has two sisters that are moving off the African coast.
We're talking about hurricane.
Hurricane.
I've been on the coast before, Corpus Christi and South Florida.
Aaron is floating around with Holly, and
I was like, you're a new.
Aaron is floating around, and then she has two sisters that are scheduled to leave the African coast
Oh,
in the
man.
next couple of days, and then they'll be
Definitely
following
not
in
a
tow.
new dad. I put my
Yeah,
son
I
on
went
the
through
bus
Hurricane
at 6:00 this
Andrew,
morning.
another A storm when I was in South Florida.
Yeah.
No fun.
So having said that, it'd be good for us to just look at that budget again,
Absolutely.
now that we're knee deep in hurricane season. So to Joe's point.
I know in having some eyes on it, there was, I would assume that there was monies not expended because we did not go to the hurricane conference.
Yeah.
And then there's very minimal in operating supplies. And generally what we do with that is, if there is a storm, what we did use, we usually buy supplies to feed the crews with MREs and stuff like that.
Right.
So all of the rest of that has generally been used from the finance director creating a line item and us charging everything to it for the disaster fund to pay and then get reimbursed to the disaster fund from FEMA.
Gotcha. Chief, again, I wanted to thank you, and Captain Black, thank you for not only your ability to make visual the thoughts that are floating around in Chief Merriman's head, but also your presence here and your service to our community, both of you. We are an ever-changing city, and that is exciting, but it is also scary. So any semblance of stability that we can grab a hold of, we appreciate that stability. So it's good to see friendly faces who have been through all sorts of experiences here in Lamarck. It's good to hear from our fire department. We are very proud of our fire department. Again, our award-winning fire department, our trend-setting, trailblazing fire department, in every way that you are articulated here before us today. And I know that you have a council that will do all in our power to support you, because we know for a fact that it is the desire of the members of this great community that you be supported. And so thank you.
And that shows, Mayor. I mean, like I was the dialogue between Mayor Pro Tem and I earlier, when y'all appointed me as the fire chief, we had 31 personnel. We were 9 short. Not counting code now, there are 40 of us and we don't have any vacancies. So that's a testament to the dedication that both council and the citizens have made to the fire department, and the fire department has made to council and the citizens. It shows. It's clearly obvious, because I can't say it enough. I've got 40 of the best firemen in the state of Texas working in this town all day long. They love to be firemen. So
Agreed.
I'm proud of them.
Agreed. I don't know what it is about Lamarck. We have 20,000 of the best residents in Texas. We have 40 of the best firefighters. 50, how many police officers we have?
51.
51 of the best police officers. And we have the best Joe Compion that this world has ever seen. How many other folks named Joe Compion?
A whole bunch.
We're all American then.
The All-American City. If there's nothing else, Ms. Holly, I believe we will adjourn so that the council can get a respite before our 6 o'clock meeting. I believe at 5 o'clock, we will have a dinner scheduled. And so there's nothing further. I will entertain a motion to
You
adjourn.
gonna be asleep tonight talking about dinner at
I'm
5
slurring my
o'clock.
speech already.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned until 6 o'clock regular meeting. Thank you.
And Avery's